Iowa.
Well, it's great. Almost capable here too.
Iowa.
They went fine up on
And then look at I
what play in that big press, but
cross ice tail. Down with it. She'll put it up off the glass. And we just had a couple of offensive rebounds. They're doing a great job of cleaning the glass, especially offensively so
yeah,
far.
NIACC is going to go to the board. You got to get a body on them. You know, Mendez and Morrow, the M&Ms down there around the rim, they're going to get after it. So you got to block them out. Morrow uses that wingspan and that size, and Mendez just uses good body position and strong lower body to be able to get position in there as Morrow makes the first free throw.
We'll see if she can knock down the second one here. Start off 2 for 2 at the line, not only for herself, but also for the Trojans. And she'll send that one through. So the Trojans of NIACC up 2-0 against Iowa Central early here. Of course, still plenty of time to play. 9:15 left in the first quarter.
It's a 2-2-1 three-quarter court press for NIACC here. So we've seen them change defenses a couple times early on.
And they're doing a great job of just causing chaos on defense. A lot of double teams when they see the opportunity just to put some pressure as Engbrecht puts up a three. That one well short of the rim.
Really they're not allowing Iowa Central to get comfortable at all offensively.
Engbrecht on the fast break. And looks like we'll get a block charge, or a block call there. Block charge a little. Block call.
Block charge.
I couldn't tell, but they definitely could tell. Call it a block. So Iowa Central will keep it on there, and Isabel West set to inbound.
Aaliyah Hall in the ball game for Iowa Central here. She takes her first shot.
That one a little short. Might have gotten tipped by NIACC, but sent through there for the Tritons, and the Trojans come back to their end of the floor.
They want to get it out and go. You see them get in the front court quickly.
Maya Walker now in the game, number 10 for the NIACC Trojans.
Good double team.
Hale with it now, sends it over to Walker.
They're going to try to go to Morrow, so you got to be ready to rotate here.
As you
Good
said.
job by Hall. That's a travel, and they missed it. They finally got it.
So after that travel call, the Tritons will bring it down to their end of the floor. Cummings bringing it down the floor.
We'll see that 2-2-1 again here.
Cross with it. Over to Cummings, down low to Hull.
Don't dribble it right there.
Cross with it now. Able to get that one through, so Iowa Central now with the lead, first lead of the game. But we are early on, 7:55 left in this first quarter. Down low to Morrow. Off the glass, she'll draw the foul. Autumn Mendez with that shot. So she'll go to the line for her first free throw attempts of the day.
Foul goes on Annie Cummings, her first. Got caught on a mismatch there to Cummings and had to do something.
So Mendez, her first free throw. Good on today. We'll see if she can make it 2 for 2 at the line.
And here we see NIACC getting to the free throw line early here, attacking, whether it be the offensive glass or from the low block.
Cross inbounds to Cummings. She'll bring it down the floor for the Tritons as we see the first two of that zone pop up. Cummings able to get it across the floor with some help from Cross. Cross drives through the middle. Kicks it out to Cummings. Down low to Hull. Hull looked like she thought she was stuck, but she was able to get that one off the glass right side and puts it through. 6-4, Iowa Central up.
Triton starting to settle in offensively a little bit and get a little rhythm going here early.
Down low to Morrow, but before she can put it up, we get a foul call.
That's a good foul, actually, there. Instead of giving her the easy two, go and bump her before the shot, make them throw it in and reset the play.
That foul against Cross, and after that foul, NIACC will inbound it, gets it into Morrow. Now up top to Mendez. Over and back to Mendez now. Up for three. That one no good. So Cross will bring it down the floor. Gets it down low to Engbrecht. That one gets swatted by Morrow. She takes advantage of the height difference. So now NIACC will bring it down to their end of the floor.
That was a big-time block there for Morrow.
Morrow able to save that one, but West will come up with it. Cummings brings it down the floor for the Tritons. Slows thing down, gets it over to West. Now to Engbrecht. Engbrecht with it on the right side. Had a bit of a double team, and it looked like they might have called that one off of Engbrecht's knee. So it'll go down to NIACC's end of the floor.
NIACC will check in for the first time today. Number 11, Allie Negan, a 5'11 freshman forward out of Mountain Iron, Minnesota.
Sierra Lynch with it right now. Over on the right side of the arch. Down low to Morrow. Morrow got a double team on her. Kicks it out to Hale. Hale puts that one up for three. And that one good first three-pointer of the game for a Hale.
Great double team recognition there by Morrow to find Hale. Good shot by Hale.
Cummings with it, gets it over to Engbrecht on the left side. She takes it in. Able to get that one off the glass and in.
Good aggressiveness. Getting to the rim is Iowa Central. Cabrana Collins in the ball game for Iowa Central, number 50, off of that dead ball. A freshman out of Davenport, Iowa.
Sierra Lynch puts it down low to Morrow. Morrow tried to pass it down to Mendez, but Cross was able to pick it off. Takes it baseline. She's trying to fire it over to an open Cummings, but they're going to say that she stepped on the baseline as we have number 34, Isabel West, check into the game for Iowa Central.
Now, West is going to check in here. She's going to play the three spot, so you're going to really have three post players kind of in the lineup. We've seen this lineup, and coaches went to it kind of out of necessity because of the injuries.
That one sent over to Negan. Not a Hale.
Good D there by West.
So
really did a good job of leveling off the dribbler and making her throw it back out there.
After that pressure ends up in the out of bounds, Isabel West will get it inbounded to her. Right back to Engbrecht, who gets it back to West now. A little back and forth. Sends it over to Cross at the top of the key. Now over to Hull on the left side. Mid-range jumper, no good, but Collins will come down with the rebound and draw the foul. A great job to just play the glass and draw that foul after the offensive rebound.
Good work there from Collins, and that all started by a good screen that she set for Ingbrecht and kind of created a 2-on-1 lane there underneath, and then Collins was able to get position. Once she did, she sailed off and went and attacked the rebound.
So Collins good on her first free throw of the game. Annie Cummings at the scorer's table set to check in. And we're going to get a technical foul, it sounded like, against the NIACC bench.
And I'm wondering what exactly happened. Now, I don't know the exact ruling at this level. If a coach gets a technical, do they have to sit, is a good question, because at several levels of basketball, you do. You may not have to. I believe in the Division I ruling, you wouldn't. So I'm guessing that the JUCO ruling is going to be kind of a mirror of that. So it looks like it is over there on the head coach. I'm guessing it would have to be. But I didn't see a whole lot of animated or boisterous behavior.
Yeah, I was a little focused on that free throw there. Maybe coach didn't much care for the call. But nonetheless, we've got our technical foul. Collins shooting some technical foul free throws here at the line.
She's made 3 in a row already here, so smart coaching move. Stay with a hot hand after she made the first 2. And
a little bit of glass on that last one.
How about
not something you see too much.
Weekend banking hour for Cabrera Collins.
So after those 4 made free throws, the Tritons will stay with the ball after the technical foul. Looks like Collins will inbound it here to Cummings, which she does. She'll bring it up the floor with West to her right. Just in case she gets a little bit too much pressure. Sends it to Cross over towards the top of the key. Was going to get it back to Cummings, but was anticipated by Mendez. She takes it to the hoop, but some good pressure by Cross.
And Mardesia going to pick up her second foul. That's a tough break. Now, she made a mistake turning the ball over, but it was good hustle for her to get back there and contest that shot, cause a miss. And too bad, she gets called for the foul trying to get that loose ball.
It was good hustle play there by both teams to try and end up with the ball. Looks like we've got number 20 coming back into the game for Iowa Central, Jordan Engbrecht.
And 44 as well in the ball game for NIACC. That'll be Sydney Wetlaufer.
Just a little off on her first shot, checked into the game on that three-pointer. But she doesn't need to worry because Morrow comes down with that rebound off the offensive glass and gets the foul.
Sierra Morrow, a 6'2 freshman out of Minneapolis. She really checks all the boxes in terms of the physical gifts. And Dan, pretty solid skill set. I mean, her shot as she knocks down the first free throw, she's got good rotation on the ball, good mechanics in her shot too. So I would imagine that some D1 coaches out there are going to come calling here pretty soon.
So Morrow will knock down both at the line, and then we'll get a timeout call from the NIACC Trojans. We've been seeing some good action. Iowa Central keeping themselves in this game so far. 12-9. They're up here against NIACC.
Off to a really good start here early, being aggressive, attacking. But we've seen Iowa Central have these lapses in games. To beat a team like this, you have to put 40 minutes together. You can't put 15, you can't put 20, you can't put 35. You have to put 40 in today to beat NIACC. Iowa Central basketball brought to you by Creative Science and Graphics, our sponsor for the game.
As we have both teams coming back out on the floor, it looks like we'll have Isabel West set to inbound to Annie Cummings as she brings it down the floor. Not quite as much pressure right at the half-court line, but still some pressure as she crosses that line.
They changed that 2-2-1 look there to 2-3, where they just basically brought the 2-3 zone out higher.
We see it pay off there as NIACC is able to strip the ball and bring it back down to there into the floor. Hale with it. She's going to try and take it all the way. Kicks it out to Collins.
Good call.
Morrow, excuse me. Looks like we get a travel call there.
Good call by the official there. She definitely hopped into the shot there. Basically, you can't do that with both feet at the same time, or it's a travel. You have to establish the pivot foot there. So
Cummings bringing it down to the Iowa Central end of the floor as Hull flashes up. Hull with it now on the left side, skips it over to West. She'll come up to the top with it. Get it back to Hull. Hull tries to get into the lane. Little short jump shot, a little long. So Hale will come back with it for the Trojans.
Good
She's looking at the three-pointer. And a good block of the pass there. Sends it up to West. West took that dribble and gave the defender some time to surround her. Tried to kick it out. So it'll come back NIACC's end. And that'll end up in a fast break bucket for number 2, Sierra Lynch of the NIACC Trojans.
And Dan Johnson, you can tell that dribble around the rim is driving the old coach crazy over here at the booth. That's 3 times that the Tritons have done that, where they've allowed the defense to get back and stop them from scoring.
Of course, it's hard to stop that habit, but definitely just gives the defenders time to come up and swallow you up while you're under the basket, just making it hard to either pass out or even take that short jump shot. As we have Sierra Lynch there draw the foul on that short shot there, the layup. So she'll go to the line for a couple of free throws. As we have a couple of Tritons checking in at the scorer's table. Number 42, Jordan Chalmers, along with number 4, Mardeja Cross. Also a couple of subs for NIACC as well. Number 52, Brooke Heisler, along with number 4, Sanea Smith.
NIACC running players in and out here. You're just kind of starting to see their substitution pattern here.
Lynch good on that first free throw. We'll see if she can go 2 for 2 at the line. Puts the second one up. Rolls around a little, but ends up going through. So Lynch will be 2 for 2 at that trip to the free throw line.
13-12 now. NIACC with a lead with 3.5 minutes or under that here in the first quarter.
Cummings gets it over to Hull in the left corner. Down low to Chalmers. Chalmers puts that one up off the back of the iron. And Cross just a little off balance after she ended up with that one.
Well, she had to make a really kind of flexible play and show her ability to kind of bend and move in there. Good athletic play on the rebound. Unfortunate, just couldn't hold her feet.
That one up for 3, around and out for Wettlaufer. West will come down with it to the Triton end of the floor. Looked like there might have been a little bit of a push there by Sierra Lynch of NIACC.
NIACC's base defense has been a 2-3 zone, and they've been out top here pretty high and pretty aggressive. It really has a lot of the principles of the 2-3 matchup zone, kind of made famous by John Chaney, the former Temple coach for the basketball purists and historians out there. It's kind of the same kind of principles here.
Cross getting into the lane, puts that one up off the glass and good. 2 minutes, 40 seconds left in this first quarter here.
Weekend banking hours.
Lynch with it right now, gets it over to Morrow. Morrow will take it into the lane and lay that one clean off the glass for a layup.
And I'll tell you, some financial institution out there, there's money for you to be made on the weekend banking hours.
A nice steal there by Morrow, able to break up that play. And another one off the glass. And we'll have Iowa Central try and break some of the momentum here.
Yep.
Timeout called. Score now 14-17. NIACC up by 3. 2 minutes, 17 seconds left in this first quarter here.
That's a smart timeout right here to go ahead and try to cool the momentum. NIACC's kind of starting to get into a rhythm offensively now. And when you turn it over against them, they're a good team. What do good teams do when you do that? Well, they make you pay for it. You turn it over as a live ball turnover out here out top, and you might as well go ahead and put it on the scoreboard because they're going to convert at it. So the coach is going to try to get some things organized here and probably try to put a little further up, maybe a high post in the middle, or try to run a scissor action there toward the middle to try to alleviate some of that pressure out top by the 2 guards.
So like I said, 2 minutes, 17 seconds left in this first quarter. Iowa Central inbounds. Engbrecht will bring it down the floor as we get a little bit of pressure right past the half-court line. Over to West now. Over to Engbrecht. Some great pressure by NIACC here.
And an unforced error there.
Number 21, Andrea Gray had it. Gets it over to Hale. Hale, no good on that layup. So Cross will come down with the rebound and bring it down the floor for the Tritons.
Tritons dodged a bullet on that one as Hale had a wide open layup.
West just thought about it a little too much. Just indecisive with whether to shoot or drive, and then we just see an extra step there before she puts the ball on the floor. come down with the ball. She'll bring it down the floor. She's got Collins with her. That one stripped out of her hands in midair and will end up with a jump ball in NIACC's favor.
That's good hands by Kelsey Hale, number 5 for NIACC, the sophomore guard. A little undersized there at 5'4", but really plays the game well. Plays with aggressive hands, sticky hands like flypaper, and you see it there on the defensive end.
Wetlaufer with the 3-point shot. That one a little off, but the Trojan will come down with the rebound. Brooke Heisler with it. Smith off on that 3-pointer. And it looks like we'll have a foul there against Andrea Gray, number 21 for NIACC, as we get some substitutions for NIACC now. Number 24, Sierra Amaro. Number 13, Autumn Mendez, along with number 2, Sierra Lynch, all back into the game here.
And it's obvious by watching NIACC here that they have a system that's in place to try to basically wear you down from a cumulative effect. These different pressures and traps and the substitution patterns to stay fresh, it's not only for the turnovers, it's for the cumulative effect late in the ball game.
Under a minute to go in this first quarter as NIACC comes down with the rebound. Autumn Mendez with it. Gets it up top and now over to the left to Hale. She'll get it down low to Mendez. That one blocked by West.
Good D. Tremendous pass by Hale, too, to thread that needle in there.
West slows it down. Switching gears here as she tries to go into the lane. Some pressure from Morrow as she gets closer to the basket. A nice dump-off pass there by Cross. West misses it initially, but no one around, so she figures she'll just put it up again, and that one falls through.
Yeah, she did that on purpose, get an extra rebound.
Hale with it at the top of the key, driving into the lane. Tries to draw some contact and does. She'll get herself to the line.
I kind of feel like the officials bailed her out there. I mean, she initiated the contact herself, for one, and I kind of felt like she was out of control there, too. So, officials, I don't know about that call. I mean, yeah, there was some contact, but I think you have to look at it as if the offensive player throws their body into somebody to create that contact, then, we look at the rule of verticality from the defensive standpoint at that point.
Annie Cummings checks into the game for the Tritons. She's down in the corner, along with Isabel West in the opposite corner. Looks like the Tritons are going to try and either get the rebound or inbound it and then send it down the floor for a last-second 3-point shot in one of the corners.
Yep. Just 7 seconds left here. Hale makes them both, so 3-point game.
Cross with it now. 3 seconds. Gets it up to West. West, a wide-open 3-pointer. That one just off. A good job by Sierra Morrow to just run the floor and get down there and try and put some pressure on that shot.
I thought it was a good job by the Tritons to get a pretty quality look there in that amount of time coming down the floor. So they got what they wanted, just were unable to convert.
So after our first quarter, we've got the score NIACC up 19-16 against the Iowa Central Tritons as we've got our fresh 10-minute clock up for this second quarter here. We've seen some pretty good action so far. Iowa Central had the lead toward the beginning of their game. They're definitely still in it with just that 3-point deficit. A good feeling to have heading into the second quarter against a team that's 25-1.
That's absolutely the truth. If you're Iowa Central, you have to look at this game in 2-minute segments. If I'm coaching this game, I'm not looking at it in 4 2-minute quarters. I'm looking at it in 2-minute segments, and I want to be in striking distance. Any of those 2-minute segments, I cannot let myself have a big run against me in those segments, and that's how you have to hang around here. Now, if you're Iowa Central, you need to slow the pace of this ball game down a little bit and kind of slow it down from an offensive standpoint and make this more of a grind-out kind of game because we're on pace to be around 80 points. That favors NIACC for sure.
So we've got both teams back out here now, NIACC and Iowa Central. Isabel West set to inbound for the Tritons. Gets it into number 20, Jordan Engbrecht. Down in the corner to Hull. Hull tries to get it in to Cross. Thought she might just try and take it herself and lay it up off the glass, but ends up with a steal for NIACC as Kelsey Hale, a deep 3-pointer just off the mark. Aaliyah Hull with the rebound. She'll bring it down and get it to Annie Cummings. Cummings behind the back action there. Able to get it up now with West. on the left side. She'll try and take it over to the right and gets it to Cummings. Cummings gets it over to Engbrecht, now down low to Hull. Hull, a little bit of a fadeaway. A little bit funny of a shot, rolled off that front rim there, hit the backboard, and then got a friendly roll and went into the bucket there.
Good upper body strength by Hull to get that ball up there, through the defender.
Morrow with it now. She'll try and take it to the hoop. Off the glass and no good, so West will come down with the rebound for Iowa Central.
It's good defense down there by Hull.
Annie Cummings, a wide open three-pointer. That one just off Engbrecht with a couple of putback attempts there, no good. Cross tries to get it. And after Iowa Central started the quarter with it, that jump ball will result in NIACC's direction.
And I really like the game of Kelsey Hale, the point guard from NIACC. I mean, hasn't done anything that's going to wow you statistically, but 5 points in the early goings, had a few assists, is good defensively we've seen, has a nose for the ball, really a true kind of traditional point guard and having a good game here.
You see number 11, Allie Negan, into the game for NIACC. Lynch with it right now, over to Hale. Now with Walker. Back to Negan. Now over in the corner to Morrow.
Under 10 on the shot clock here.
Morrow, a nice little runner, able to fall through the hoop.
And Sierra Morrow's having a big game here for them today for NIACC. She's got 10 already.
Aaliyah Hull gets it up the floor to Engbrecht. And looks like we had a 10-second call. A little too much time trying to get it down the floor.
Officials all over it because there was 19 left on the shot clock, so they were accurate with that 10 count.
So Hale will be set to inbound it after that 10-second run out. Lynch with it now. Over to Walker. Now to Negan. Lynch tries to get it down low to Morrow. A nice job by West to fight for it and get it to Engbrecht. Cummings with it now. Cross. A nice job to finish the fast break and get that layup off the glass.
Mardesia powering her way to the bucket. That's what she does best.
So now Walker with it for NIACC on their end of the floor. Hale with it. Over on the right side. Down low to Morrow on the block. No bucket, but she'll go to the line for 2 free throw attempts.
All right, we figured out already pretty early in this game that covering Morrow one-to-one here is not going to work. You're going to have to bring the double team. Now, they did some of that early, and it kind of worked early, but I'm wondering if they are playing a chess match here, thinking that maybe Morrow's figured out where the double team's coming from, as Aaliyah Hall back in the ball game for the Tritons.
Morrow's first attempt off the back iron. So she'll miss that first one. We'll see if she can get the second one to fall through here. As Morrow puts this one up. That one goes through, so she's 1 for 2 on that trip to the line. And now NIACC with some full court pressure. Cross able to break through. Gets it out to Hull. Hull puts that one up for a nice bunny hop jumper, no good. Lynch will bring it down for NIACC. And now to Hale. Hale thought about it for a second. Gets it down low now. That shot no good. So Cummings will come down with it. Cummings over on the right side, gets a screen from West. 15 seconds on the shot clock now. Engbrecht with it on the left side. Gets it down low to Hull. Hull off the front of the rim. They'll get a fresh shot clock. Engbrecht gets a rebound. Now West with an offensive rebound. Puts that one up and gets the foul. So a nice job by Iowa Central on that trip down to their basket to get a couple offensive rebounds. That ends up in West drawing a foul.
Todd Ciachetto, the head coach over here for NIACC, he's unhappy with Kelsey Hale. She missed a block out there, and he let her have it, and she comes out of the ball game as a result of it.
Sneha Smith, number 4, will check in for Hale as West puts that one through.
That's one of those where, Kelsey, are you tired? Well, you better say yes and come out, because if you don't, it's going to be, well, why don't you block out then? That was always one of my go-tos. The guys wasn't running the floor. Hey, you tired? No, we're running the floor.
So we have number 50, Cabriana Collins, check into the game for Iowa Central as NIACC brings it down to their end of the floor. Sanaya Smith with it. Smith brings it over to the right, gets it into the corner to Walker. Walker takes it towards the hoop. And it looks like they waved off that basket. They'll call the foul on the floor.
Yeah, no continuation. Not that much continuation, at least, in the college game. That's a NBA and one right there. LeBron score on Tuesday, get fouled the day before, and still get the continuation.
A nice job by Hull after it goes off of the fingertips of Negan there. West takes it towards the hoop. A little bit of a stutter step, and they'll call that travel.
That's where West and Collins, if you're West, you have to take the ball opposite of Collins, create some space for a lane there. If you're Collins, start to drift back toward the baseline a little bit and give yourself some space.
Walker with it down low to Morrow. Morrow gets that one through.
Textbook drop step there for Morrow. And again, you know, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but she really has all the tools. I mean, we've seen her shoot the ball face up and shoot it from the free throw line with a nice touch. We've seen her catch it on the block, and she's effective there. We saw her catch it on the baseline, face up, and drive to the middle. We've kind of seen her do a variety of things offensively here. And beautiful drop step, kind of reminds all you old school basketball fans out there, it's going to remind you a little bit of Kevin McHale of the Boston Celtics with the footwork around the rim there. So she's one that, you know, the Tritons going to have to get a handle on. I mean, she's kind of running wild and having a big game here.
Tritons still keeping themselves in the game. Just a 2-point deficit, just over 6 minutes left. Score NIACC 24, Iowa Central 22.
The NIACC's going to put a full court pressure on here. It's going to be a 1-2-2 look.
Jordan Engbrecht gets it into Isabel West as she takes it down the floor. Able to get it to Engbrecht as she just crosses that half-court line. Tries to dump it back out as we have number 42, Jordan Chalmers, in the game for Iowa Central after that timeout. Smith puts that one up. Good on the layup. Chalmers inbounds to Engbrecht.
Smith with her first bucket on the day.
That one tipped a little by NIACC. Iowa Central still comes up with it. Hull gets it down low to West, who gets it over to Chalmers. Chalmers puts that one up. Sierra Morrow with the length on that one just a second or two after the release. She gets that one knocked around in the air, but after some offensive rebounds, Isabel West able to put it through for Iowa Central.
You talk about being able to move at 6'2" and 6'3". I mean, she tipped the pass up here at half court and then blocked a shot at the rim all in the same play.
Number 44, Wetlaufer, Sydney Wetlaufer, in the game here for NIACC as she passes that one over. Now with Walker down low to Morrow. West gets a hand on it. They'll call that one a jump ball, and it'll go Iowa Central's direction.
Now, there you go with the double team, and good job, Isabel West, seeing that pass going in there. And on the pass is when you have to come and bring the double team. You can't wait for the catch. You've got to go when the ball's in the air. Good job, Isabel West.
Couple of subs into the game. Number 13, Autumn Mendez, along with number 4, Mardeja Cross. Both in the game now for NIACC and Iowa Central. As Annie Cummings has the ball, bringing it down for the Tritons. Able to get it up to Cross across half court. That one just off the front of the rim, no good for Cross. Lynch will bring it down the floor for the Trojans. She's able to split the defense and put that one off the glass for a nice layup.
I'm telling you, they get from rim to rim in a hurry in the open floor, does NIACC.
Cummings over to Hull. Hull able to get it across half court for the Iowa Central Tritons. Annie Cummings with it now. Over on the right side. Gets it up top to West. She gets it over to Cummings. Cummings a little tripped up, gets into the lane. A little bit of confusion, sounded like the shot clock went off, but looked like it got taken by NIACC before the Clock was able to go off, so change of possession will negate that. And now the Trojans, a deep three by Lynch, no good. Mendez able to get the ball and a foot there on the hustle play. The foot of Aaliyah Hull tied up in that.
I thought she was going to go for the drop toe hold on Aaliyah Hull there. It is wrestling weekend around Iowa, so with amateur high school wrestling going on all over the place, so I thought we may see that here today too.
NIACC going to go ahead and call a timeout and all that chaos to go ahead and calm down, get a game plan going here with 3 minutes and 42 seconds left in this first half.
And how about the Triton Pep Band, Back in Black by AC/DC?
Yes, we have all of the groups here of Iowa Central for Jam the Gym showing out today for all people visiting and maybe looking into going to Iowa Central here next year. But yeah, a good choice by the Pep Band there, Back in Black.
They always surprise me with something that you wouldn't think a Pep Band would play. They played Nirvana the last time I was here.
So we'll see if the Iowa Central Tritons can get a little bit of a pick-me-up from some of the action by Pep Band, cheer, and dance teams here in Hodges Fieldhouse. Score currently 28-24, NIACC up by 4 points as Kelsey Hale will inbound it here.
Critical juncture this last 3:42 and a half.
Hale gets it down, tries to get it down tomorrow, but Isabel West able to come down and snatch it out of the air. She'll bring it down for the Tritons. Gets it over to Engbrecht. Engbrecht with it up to Collins. Collins, a mid-range jump shot, no good. Isabel West, another offensive rebound and foul drawn for her, so she'll go to the line for another 2 shots.
And Coach Ciaceno, he wants to push there. He thought Isabel had hands in the back there, but no call. She gets the offensive glass and will go to the line. Okay, well, they're going to say she was fouled on the floor.
It looks like they might have gone back on that call there, and Iowa Central's coach a little upset with that now. Not something you see too much in basketball, but maybe after thinking it over, deciding it was on the floor. So we'll see Iowa Central inbound. Instead, West getting in a little bit of trouble, so the smart play to get it off of the defender on her so they can regroup and get a better inbound play going here, some more communication.
I like that double stagger kind of action there, and then there's a back dive off a back screen there on that too, and see if the Tritons hit something on that.
Isabel West this time able to get it into Mardeja Cross towards the baseline. No good on the hoop, but draws the foul, so she'll go to the line for a couple of free throws at the charity stripe.
I have mentally kind of stored that little inbounds play, so if I were to make a return to coaching, I'm taking that one with me.
We've got Kelsey Hale checking out of the game there for NIACC. Looked like we had Sierra Lynch, number 2, checking in the game for her.
Yeah, Mardeja really, from the free throw lines, kind of struggled. It would be nice to see her, as she misses both, be able to convert a little more because she gets to the line quite a bit with her style of play.
So NIACC with it now. Smith with it. Looking to get it down low tomorrow, but gets it over to Walker and now to Mendez as she takes it into the lane. Able to get that one through. Full court pressure here from NIACC as the ball is with West. A little bit of a stutter step. She's able to get along that right baseline. Just under 3 minutes left in this first half. Hull, an elbow jump shot. That one short of the rim. Mendez will end up with it and bring it down the floor for NIACC. She gets it over to Morrow. Now back to Mendez. A nice give and go there. Just off on the shot, but she'll go to the line for 2 shots at the free throw line.
The M&Ms, Mendez tomorrow, back to Mendez. You got to watch out for that one here today, as both of them been pretty effective here, especially Morrow. One thing that's really impressive about NIACC to me is the pressure their guards put on you defensively. They really get after you. And we saw number 10 here just a moment ago, Maya Walker. Walker was at the top of the press here. The ball comes all the way down here in the far corner on the Tritons end, and she's down there to help with the trap when the defender, when the offensive players turn back with the dribble. So tremendous motor and defensive effort.
Mendez goes 1 for 2 at the line there, but NIACC will end up with the rebound.
31-24, the Tritons' biggest deficit of the game here. And this is a critical juncture in this last 2.5 minutes. We talked about those short segments where you have to hang around. This is one of them.
NIACC set to inbound it here, whether we have some clock trouble or just some trouble over at the scorer's table there. Trying to get something figured out.
Well, while we try to figure it out, let me let everybody know that today's game brought to you by Creative Signs and Graphics.
A quick inbound there. Mendez off on the shot, but Morrow comes up with the rebound and then a little bit of an off-balance shot, still able to get it in off the glass.
And that's 15 for Morrow, and that's 6 rebounds. So she's well on the way to a double-double.
Looks like we might have had a push or something.
Offensive foul there away from the ball. Illegal screen on Iowa Central. Goes against Cummings.
So Aaliyah Hull will head over to check into the game.
Annie Cummings' third personal foul here.
NIACC set to inbound here. Stacked up at the free throw line is NIACC.
Now you've got to watch the action maybe for Morrow going toward the rim here. You've got to watch that. Make sure you're in front of her.
Mendez with a three-point shot. That one just off. Don't believe we've seen one fall until early in the game. Kelsey Hale was able to get one fall in that first quarter. Otherwise, been a little dry from three-point land for both teams throughout this game in the first half. Jordan Engbrecht with it. Able to get it to Hull after she had some pressure out there. Mardeja Cross with it, fumbles with the ball a little, but ends up with it. She'll take it into the lane. And we'll see what we get for the foul. Looks like it might have been a block. No feet set, so Iowa Central will send this one in from out of bounds. As we have number 44, Sydney Wettlaufer, check back into the game for NIACC. She'll send Autumn Mendez to the bench. West looking for somebody to get inbounded to. Hull able to get free. That one just off, and looked like Wettlaufer's foot might have been on the ground when she tried to send that back in. Right idea, but just not able to get to it in time, so it'll stay on Iowa Central's end of the floor. Isabel West will again inbound it here on the play. Able to get it in quick to Mardeja Cross. That one just off, in and out of the basket. A good hustle there by Mardeja Cross, just couldn't get there first, so she'll collide with Andrea Gray.
And that's going to be foul number 3 against Cross. You've got Cummings sitting with 3. You've got Cross down with 3. You have to make the decision if you're going to leave Cross out there, and it looks like they will. Also, Jordan Engbrecht has 2 here in the ball game.
So Andrea Gray is going to be at the line after a total of 5 fouls against Iowa Central. Gray's first attempt. Good. Ball's through the hoop there with 1:47 left in this first half.
And that's the largest NIACC lead of the ball game now at 10 points, 34-24, 1:47 left in the first half.
And it'll stay at a 10-point lead as that second one is missed. Isabel West with it now for Iowa Central. Trying to get it down the floor, but met by some good defense by Walker. West able to blow by eventually, though. Tries to get in the lane, gets it into Collins. And they're going to looked like a 3-second call there against Iowa Central, so it'll come down to NIACC's end of the floor.
The rare 3-second call, especially at the college level, there, too bad it goes against the Tritons. When you pretty much never see it called, the one time you do, it goes against you. That can be frustrating.
And a good idea there by Engbrecht trying to jump the lane. Couldn't quite get it, but that's okay. Isabel West will end up with a steal. Gets it up to Collins. Collins gets it to Cross, and she brings it to their end of the floor. Gets Engbrecht at the top of the key over to Weston, now to Collins. That shot no good. Wettlaufer comes down with the rebound. Now with Sierra Lynch of NIACC. She gets it over to Gray. Gray, a little bit of a runner off the glass, no good. Under a minute now, 45 seconds and ticking left in this first half. Engbrecht with it on Iowa Central's end of the floor. Gets it to Cross. Now West takes it into the lane right at Morrow. That'll be no good, and Morrow will come down with the rebound. Sierra Morrow takes it into the lane. A little bit of a scoop layup. No good. Hits the bottom of the rim, but she'll still go to the line for 2 freebies.
Well, and that's something that we hadn't seen her display yet, was the ability to put it on the floor, go coast to coast. Well, she can do that too. And she's pretty much done a little bit of everything here in the first half other than taking out the trash and doing the dishes here. Can really do everything on the floor. Incredibly versatile, not only on the offensive end, but even more so impressive on the defensive end. Can guard multiple positions and make plays in a variety of different spots on the defensive end of the floor too.
Sierra Morrow misses that first free throw attempt. We'll see if she can knock down the second. Morrow puts that one up and through, so she'll go 1 for 2 on that attempt at the line. Cummings coming down the floor with it. Under 25 seconds now in the first half. West with it. She'll get it over to Engbrecht. Engbrecht for 3.
Travel.
But not before they call her for a travel.
Engbrecht and Cummins between them only have 2 points here in the first half. And really, they're having trouble with the speed and athleticism with NIACC on the perimeter. That's kind of bottling them up here.
We see Kelsey Hale scrambling to the scorer's table. They're trying to check in here as Collins comes in for Iowa Central as well.
And you could see, Hale is a sophomore, and you can see Coach Ciachetto over there really holding her accountable for leadership here and making sure that she's an extension of the coaching staff on the floor.
Sierra Morrow no good, so we'll see if Iowa Central is able to get a last-second shot. Ooh. And that one going to end up out of bounds a half a second on the clock. We'll see if NIACC can do anything with that. We'll probably see the clock run out here.
You have to tip it at .5 here. So
that one right. So no good on a last-second shot. Score as we head into halftime. NIACC up 35-24 against Iowa Central on their home ground of Hodges here. But Iowa Central was in it within double digits, under double digits for the majority of that game.
Up until the last 3 minutes of the first half, really. And how about this in the second quarter? NIACC 16-8 outscoring the Tritons. And we talked about against a team like this, you've got to put 4 quarters together.
And as we said, Iowa Central sort of the underdogs coming into this game, as NIACC has only dropped 1 game, 12-0 in the conference here. They are on a 13-game win streak, attempting to extend it to 14 here. And Iowa Central just hoping not to end up like Ellsworth, at least, as they had that blowout win.
16-point first half.
All right, yep. I'm here with Coach Kruger. Early in that first half, you guys were going back and forth in that game. What were some of the keys to hanging in there with one of the tougher teams in the country?
Well, I thought we executed okay. I think, we missed on a lot of opportunities. You can't give them extra chances. And I thought that, if we can correct that a little bit, we can continue to be there and hopefully be there in the fourth quarter to make a run.
Yeah. And then late in that first half, you kind of let it a little slip away. What were some of the things you could make up?
Don't have unforced mistakes.
Yeah.
Don't have unforced mistakes.
Yep. All right. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Welcome back to Hodges Fieldhouse in the game between the visiting NIACC Trojans and your Iowa Central Tritons. We're in the women's game here. Men's set to take off at around 3 p.m. But we're still in the women's action here. We got another whole half of women's basketball to play, and my gosh, was it a pretty good first half.
Yeah, it's been a good first half here. NIACC has created a little bit of separation here at the end of the half. Tritons really played well for most of the first half and was within 3 points, with about 3 minutes to go here in the first half. And now NIACC has stretched the lead here to 11. They did that on a big second quarter where they outscored the Tritons 16-8 here. So the Tritons, as I talked about, putting together 40 minutes, that's what they're going to have to do. And they're going to have to chip away at this lead here early in the second half. I think the first 3 minutes of this second half really going to kind of set the pace for the rest of this game.
And number 24, Sierra Morrow for NIACC Trojans, definitely been a big threat here against the Tritons.
16 points for her, and Tritons in a zone defense here, maybe to try to take her away, I think.
Look like for starters out on the floor for NIACC, we've got number 2, Sierra Lynch, number 4, Snea Smith, number 5, Kelsey Hale, number 13, Autumn Mendez, and number 24, Sierra Morrow out there currently on offense for NIACC Trojans. Now Lynch with it over on the left side up to Mendez. Gets it down low to Smith. Now out to Hale. Able to knock down a three-pointer in that first quarter, but hasn't been able to get anything to fall yet. As we've got Mardeja Cross coming down the floor on the fast break for Iowa Central. Just off on that one. Kelsey Hale will come back down the floor. She fires it up to Smith and now to Morrow. And that one is going to be off as she heads the line for a couple of foul shots. As we've got a little bit of break-in play, I'll go ahead and go through our starters for Iowa Central that we've got out on the floor. Number 4, Mardeja Cross. Number 12, Annie Cummings. Number 20, Jordan Engbrecht. Number 22, Aaliyah Hall. And then number 34, Isabel West.
First free throw off for Morrow. Saw Morrow's ability to run the floor there. We talked about just her mobility and the way she can move around the floor, and that's a good example.
Morrow good on that second one. Jordan Engbrecht will inbound it as we've got some full court pressure from NIACC. Annie Cummings, some fancy ball handling there. Couldn't quite get it over on her own, so she'll get some help from Jordan Engbrecht as she gets it across. Now with Mardeja Cross. Cummings to West now. Over to Cross. Cross down low to Hull. Hull with the short jump shot, just short on that one. So Mendez will bring it down the floor over to Smith. Smith for the three-point attempt. That one through the net, brings it up through the bottom of the bucket. Good on that three-point attempt.
It's going to be a 30-second timeout here for the Tritons to try to slow some of this momentum. That's a little bit of a run coming out of the gate for NIACC there, and they did a good job of spacing the floor and finding the open shooter transition. Smith was ready to shoot when she got it here. We've seen NIACC, there's a reason you don't get to 25-1 unless you can do a lot of things really well, and they do a lot of things really well. The pressure on defense that they put on the basketball is very good. The guards really get after you on the defensive end. You've got Morrow, who's a star there on the low block area, and then they're able to also make shots in transition. So you got a formula for a really good team and a formula for being 25-1 on the year.
So Isabel West will be set to inbound on the baseline for Iowa Central. Gets it into Cummings. Tries to get it back to West, but Mendez able to tip it up in the air. Ends up in the hands of Lynch. Now swung around to the right side to Hale, who skips it over to the left corner to Smith. Smith, no good on that three-point attempt. Tries to get her own rebound, but couldn't quite get it. So Cross will end up with it and bring it down to Iowa Central's end of the floor. Now with Cummings. Double team comes over. Over to West. Now with Cross. Looked like she was trying to get it to Engbrecht, but ends up sending it towards the right corner with West. And that one tipped up in the air, intended to get down low to Collins. But instead, Lynch will bring it down the floor, get that one to fall. They'll go ahead and count the bucket and give Lynch the foul. Calls the block against Iowa Central, and it'll send her to the line for the chance at a three-point play right there.
We talked about the speed of the guards, the way they put so much pressure on you and how athletic they are. And you see that there, and then you see them convert it real quickly on the other end of the open floor.
Lynch able to convert that three-point play after she draws a foul in the bucket.
And it's danger time now for the Tritons. An 18-point lead. It's a 7-0 run for NIACC here. And Tritons got to try to answer the run here.
Mardeja Cross in some trouble, able to get out there. And she's bringing it down the floor, gets it, tries to get it up to Kebriana Collins and couldn't quite get it. So now NIACC will come down and try and convert on the full court. But Isabel West is not going to let that happen with the block. The rebound sent out to Hale. Hale going to convert for a three-point play, though, right there. The three-point shot through.
They do such a good job at being shot ready, and there you saw it from Kelsey Hale and knocked it down. We've seen it out of Smith. They do a really good job catching it ready to shoot.
Now up to a 21-point lead for NIACC, 45-24 as they're up against the Tritons on their home turf.
And a 10-0 run in the first 2 minutes, 20 seconds of the third quarter here. NIACC starting to really stretch out this lead here. Iowa Central's in trouble. This thing could become a snowball rolling downhill really quickly.
So we'll see when they come back if Iowa Central is able to get themselves up on the board in this second half and hopefully for their sake try and slow down NIACC, or if NIACC is just going to keep the train rolling and see if they can run wild all over this Iowa Central women's team. It was interesting to see NIACC out in the warm-ups, just able to tear through their shooting warm-ups. One in particular where they start low on the block and just work your way out after you hit a certain number of shots. And just the confidence, not only from the guards, but just from the entire team to just knock down those shots from pretty much anywhere on the floor, within or outside the arch.
NIACC's coming in here, and they've got a chip on their shoulder here. Jam the gym. It's a big crowd here. You know, they're coming out here trying to silence all that.
Mardeja Cross, that one knocked out of her grasp, but ends up with Kebriana Collins. And that one we can see number 11, Allie Negan, a little upset after that. Pops off of her arm out of bounds.
And
so we'll stay with Iowa Central.
One of the big things I always talk about with games like this, conference games and in-state rivalry games, is what they mean for recruiting. And this is a big one here for either one of these teams in terms of recruiting in the state.
Lynch with the quickness on the fast break pays off in a layup.
Doing a Ty Lawson impersonation there, going rim to rim from a few years ago.
West skips it over to Cummings, who gets it up to Hull. She tiptoes on the sideline there and gets it down eventually to Collins, who's going to get it off the glass for a bucket for Iowa Central.
They broke that 12-0 run with a bucket there.
Negan puts that one up off the back iron. Mendez with it.
Good call.
Looked like she was in trouble there, sandwiched between a couple of players. Number 10, Maya Walker, checks into the game for the NIACC Trojans as West inbounds it to Cummings. Now back to West.
1-2-2, three-quarter court press here for NIACC. We've seen several variations of pressure by them today.
Some back and forth to get the ball up to the floor onto their end for Cummings and West, but that one is broken up by Morrow, who gets it to Hale and now back over to Mendez. Mendez, a little spin move to get into the lane and then off the glass for the layup.
Good job to seal the ball away from the defender by using her body, and then spun right off and was wide open.
Nice job on the pressure by NIACC, but Iowa Central eventually able to get it over to their end of the floor. Now with Hull in the corner, down low to Collins.
They're going to say she shuffled the feet before she put it on the deck there.
We'll have a couple of, it looks like, substitutions here for NIACC. Number 13 checking back into the game, Autumn Mendez, along with number 21, Andrea Gray, into the game for the Trojans. Now to Gray on that right side. Over to Mendez. She puts that up for three, and that one falls through after a little bit of trouble. No three-pointers really seen from either team in that first half. Now NIACC heating up from beyond the arch.
And that was a nicely executed play. Good screen there to free up Mendez. That screen by Allie Negan really did the trick there on that little flare play.
Isabel West with some movement, trying to get some teammates open, space out the floor. Ends up with Mardeja Cross towards the lane. She dumps it off to Collins, gets the offensive rebound. And it looks like we'll get a foul call against NIACC there.
Oh, I thought he was going to call that a jump there.
Yeah, I didn't know if they would call that after she landed the travel, but it looks like she was bailed out by a foul against NIACC as we have a substitution, number 40, J.C. Stevenson, for her first time on the floor today for the Iowa Central Tritons.
5:36 left here in the third quarter, 52-26 here. Big NIACC second half run to open here after the break, and that's been a big difference.
And you start to wonder if some of the full court pressure from NIACC has kind of worn down some of these girls on the Iowa Central team.
Well, we talked about it. You know, it's not just to create turnovers. It's also a cumulative effect and fatigue. And you look at a short Iowa Central bench because of the injuries they've been dealing with, and I think we're starting to see the effects of that pressure from a cumulative standpoint take effect here.
So Walker will bring the ball down. She gets it off to number 21, Gray. Now over in the corner with Mendez. That one through as well. Just a three-point barrage here from NIACC towards the start of this second half.
4 threes in the third quarter alone, and we're only halfway through it.
That one put up by Stevenson. Looked like Wetlaufer might have gotten a hand on it. Ends up short as NIACC brings it down the floor. Walker taking her time, working some of the clock here. No need to rush anything with your lead, making sure you're taking smart shots. As Wetlaufer tried to grab that with her fingertips, send it back in, couldn't quite hold her balance, so that'll end up out of bounds. And with Iowa Central inbounding, Engbrecht gets it into Weston, now back.
You know, a big reason why they're 25-1 is you watch Todd Ciachetto.
A nice block there by Engbrecht. Nice job to not give up on that play after the turnover, making the hustle play on defense.
But to my point, Todd Ciachetto, they turned the ball over right there in front of him with a almost 30-point lead, 27 to be exact. They're playing really well. What's he do? He gets on them about turning the ball over right there. That's a mark of a guy who kind of knows what he has, knows that, you know, there's a certain standard he needs them to be at. He has a certain vision and a standard to play here, and they're playing for more than today. They're playing for the long run in terms of the postseason tournament, because I think you're looking at, a national championship type of caliber team here.
Number 42, Jordan Chalmers checks into the game for Iowa Central, with Walker shooting free throws at the line for NIACC. That one off the back of the iron. Marty's across with it. She gets it across the floor to Engbrecht. Now with Stevenson to Cross. She gets into the lane. She's going to take it herself with an open lane. Cleared out for her as she takes it to the bucket and gets the layup for two.
No communication there defensively on the rotation from NIACC, and Mardeja all the way to the bucket.
Gray drops it down to Morrow. Morrow, no good on that.
Stevenson putting the body there on Morrow underneath, being physical.
Cross takes it in the lane, passes out that time to Hull. Now with Stevenson and back to Hull. Back to Cross. Another wide open shot right at the basket. She takes advantage after getting her own rebound. And that'll add another 2 points to the board for the Tritons and for Cross. Gray taking it into the lane, passes out to Mendez. Mendez, another three-pointer, and another one through for her and the Trojans.
You can't allow clean looks for her. I mean, if she gets a clean look, what her feet says, she's going to knock it down.
Engbrecht with it. Gets it over towards the middle of the floor to Hull, and back now to Engbrecht. Back to Hull, into Cross, to a cutting Stevenson. She gets fouled. Just about goes in. So J.C. Stevenson will head to the line for her first free throws of the day. As we have a group of Trojans coming in here. Number 2, Sierra Lynch. 4, Sanea Smith. And 5, Kelsey Hale, all checking in for NIACC.
You look at that, they went 3 deep off the bench there on the perimeter and then did a wholesale substitution with the perimeter to keep them fresh and put the 3 starters back in there to continue to put a lot of pressure on the Tritons defensively and push the ball in the open floor when they get a chance.
The first one just off for Stevenson. We'll see if she can knock down the second one. That one good. So she will go 1 for 2 on that trip to the line.
And a pretty solid rotation for Stevenson. We've seen a couple of good plays on the defensive end by her and then knocking down one of the free throws.
That one fired over cross court to Hale. Mendez, another three-pointer. That one off the mark. Cools down a little bit. After the chaos that ensues, NIACC will come up with it. Smith gets it over to Mendez. Skips it over to Morrow. Morrow good on the three-point attempt.
That ought to almost be illegal to be 6'3" and shoot the ball from the outside like that.
Aaliyah Hull with it. Tries to get it cross court to Engbrecht. Not quite enough mustard on that one. So Mendez will get that one sent through after the nice vision by Sanaya Smith to fire it up court to her.
Mendez having a monster third quarter here. She's got 13 just in this quarter alone. And has a total of 18 in the ball game.
A little too tight on that defense there by Kelsey Hale. She'll get called for a little bit of a push.
You talk about having some star power here. Morrow with 20, Mendez with 18, really coming through for them here in this ball game. If they play like that the rest of the way this season, NIACC's going to be a tough out.
Number 11, Ali Nijin checks into the game for NIACC. Mardeja Cross with the ball currently as her Tritons get set up. She gets it over to Stevenson. Now with West at the top of the key. She takes it into the lane. Little bump as she takes it to Kelsey Hale. Didn't look like she liked that call too much.
And, you know, one thing about NIACC, too, we've seen is they've went 10 deep in this ball game. 9 that have played heavy rotation minutes. 10 have played very deep basketball team.
Isabel West trying to find anybody as she's able to get it into Cross. Now with J.C. Stevenson. Back to Cross. And nice hands by Sierra Lynch, able to get in there and get a hold on Cross to start that chaos that ensued, leading to a jump ball call.
See the quick hands again of the perimeter players for NIACC. Number 2, Sierra Lynch. Number 5, Kelsey Hale. You put it on the floor around them, you got to know where they are.
Minute 49 left in the third quarter. Score currently NIACC 63, Iowa Central 33. So the Trojans with a 30-point lead here. Isabel West inbounding. Some trouble again. Able to get that one into Cross as Smith lost some of her footing. West, that one just off. But Chalmers tips it out, and West able to end up with it. That shot off. Looked like she was trying to get a foul. No call there. So NIACC will come down to their end of the floor with it. And another block by Engbrecht as she brings it down the floor for Iowa Central. Dumps it off to Isabel West. She's got a wide open three-pointer as she shook off the defender there. That one will get fired up to Lynch. Lynch already with plenty of speed, but when she's got a lead like that, able to trot to the basket for a nice wide open layup.
And their transition game really becoming a factor here in the third quarter. They've scored 30 points here in the third.
Mardeja Cross, a little elbow jumper there. Able to get it to fall through. Sanaya Smith with it for NIACC now. Gets it over to Lynch. Sierra Lynch to Kelsey Hale. Hale will get it over to Autumn Mendez, who puts up the 3, and we see her knock another one through in this quarter.
Mendez now with 21 and 17 of those in this quarter.
Might need to get her a bucket of ice water as she heads into the fourth quarter. A little bit of a hot hand headed throughout this quarter as we get a timeout called, or just some substitutions coming in. It looks like a large group of substitutions for both teams.
Morrow's going to sit down, and we're going to see kind of a smaller lineup for NIACC.
Wetlaw for a deep three-point attempt there, no good. And they'll get tied up towards that left sideline.
We see the quickness of their guards again. Smith able to get to a 50-50 ball there. It's been apparent today their speed on the perimeter has been a difference.
Kelsey Hale going to rebound. Just over 25 seconds left in this third quarter. Dumps it down low to Nijin. One-on-one with Collins. That one going to get knocked out of bounds. Iowa Central going to bring it down the floor. Isabel West with it. She's bringing it down the floor, able to get it across half court. Dumps it back to Mardeja Cross. She'll take it into the lane, lay that one up. Again, splits the defense. No one putting pressure on her at the basket. Able to get a freebie on that layup.
Mardeja's got
See a
16.
cross. Now just a little right on that one off the backboard, so that one won't go before we head into this fourth quarter. NIACC able to pull away here, 68-37. A large deficit, 31 points for Iowa Central to make up. We'll see if they can do it and keep themselves in this game against the 25-1 NIACC Trojan women team.
How about this? NIACC scored 35 in the first half. Well, they scored 33 in the third quarter and outscored Iowa Central 33-13 in that third quarter to start to pull away. And NIACC said, you go ahead and warm the bus up here as they've kind of taken control of this ball game. And Iowa Central here, you just want to see growth in the fourth quarter. You know, you want to see continued effort. You want to see, players play hard all the way to the end. And you want to do some things, try some things that maybe you haven't had a chance to work on. This is a good situation to do that. Look at some different combinations. You want to try to find some things that maybe you could take as positives out of this game because you feel like you're going to probably lose the ball game at this point, but you want to try to continue to play hard, send the right message, and see if you can find some things to build on going forward.
Yeah, I think we've just seen NIACC pull away because we've seen some more facets of their game, either that we didn't see much of in that first half or have just started picking up in this second half. First of all, the three-point shooting. I believe we only saw one three-ball in that first half from Kelsey Hale for either team, and now we saw a plethora of them coming from Autumn Mendez and then spread out through that NIACC team. Also just getting some more turnovers off of that full-court defense. 7
threes by them as a team, 4 of them by Autumn Mendez in that third quarter.
We see Isabel West get Iowa Central on the board first in the fourth quarter with a nice little up and under layup there.
Isabel double digits with 10 here.
Morrow under the basket, no good on that one. Hull just about loses it. And number 10, Maya Walker of NIACC, a little visibly upset after she jumps up for that one, just rolls off her foot and ends up out of bounds.
They haven't went to Morrow a whole lot in the second half. She had 16 in the first half. They haven't went to her a whole lot there in the second half because they really hadn't needed to. Her presence for the first half opened up a lot of stuff here in the third quarter in terms of the outside shooting.
Isabel West cross court to Engbrecht. Now back to Hull as she brings it up through the middle, and they're going to get a 10-second call there. Some good ball movement, just a little bit too much time getting it up the floor there.
Well, NIACC loves that there. They stay in position. They force the passes back and forth and continue to put pressure, create the turnover with the 10-second call out of that 1-2-2 three-quarter court trap there.
Yeah, turnover doesn't always have to be forced from that steal. Sometimes it's just you catch your opponent not paying attention to maybe the game clock or shot clock and no pressure, so they think they can take their time, but then that 10-second call for the turnover.
And I'll go one step forward than that, too. You also sometimes can speed your opponent up to where they're playing kind of out of rhythm and out of sync a little bit offensively, too.
Sierra Morrow currently at the line as we see, again, number 40, J.C. Stevenson coming back into the game for Iowa Central. Maybe Coach likes some of that good play from that third quarter.
Yeah, I thought her rotation in the third quarter was pretty solid, so they're going to give her some more minutes to see what she can do with them here.
Morrow knocks down that free throw attempt. We'll see if she can go 2 for 2 at the line here. Just over 9 minutes left in the game as Morrow puts that one up and through the basket. We'll have number 2, Sierra Lynch, check into the game, sending Sanaya Smith. Looks like we'll also have number 21, Andrea Gray, check into the game, and that will send Kelsey Hale to the bench. Inbounded to Engbrecht. She'll get it right back to West. Now with Engbrecht again. She's able to get it across to Iowa Central's end of the court. And Hull trying to send it up to West. into the hands of Walker. And end up with Wetlaufer there. Looked like she might have just put a little bit too much on it, had too much speed, and just goes off the glass, no good.
It was a nice pass by Lynch to set that up, though.
Cross, a good save, swings it out to Hull, but that shot no good. NIACC will come down to their end of the floor with it. Sends it up to Gray. Now with Morrow. Morrow jumps around, gets a friendly bounce off of the rim, and goes in.
We saw her ability to put it on the floor in traffic there and create her own shot. Another facet of the game. I tell you, she's got a little bit of everything in the toolkit, if you will, here, and she's shown it here today.
Isabel West gets it down to Stevenson. Stevenson gets that one blocked by Morrow, trying to face up to the basket there. Walker with it, gets it into Wetlaufer. And now out to Gray. Gray will put that three-point attempt up a little deep and no good on that. Engbrecht tipping it around, ends up with it. Gets it to Hull. She'll take it down the floor. Gets it over to the top to Cross. As we get a timeout from Iowa Central. Looks like we had number 42, Jordan Chalmers, set to come in for Iowa Central along with number 11, Allie Neeson. So we'll see them step into the game for their respective teams after this timeout. But Rob, NIACC just pulling away with their clean play here. They're doing a good job of both defense and offense, just showing out in the second half.
Second half here, and their offense is starting to get rolling, and they're knocking down shots. And when they hit outside shots, with everything else that they do well, it's just kind of one of those running into a buzzsaw, so to speak, and that's kind of what we've seen here. And, you know, for Iowa Central, not to make excuses, but not having Justice Crooks and Araya Stewart is huge here because not only are they your two starting guards, but they give you a semblance of the same kind of quickness and athleticism that NIACC has on the perimeter. And without those two, you don't have that. And we've seen that be a big difference, especially in this second half in terms of the transition game.
So Jordan Chalmers inbounds it to Isabel West, fakes a chest pass, and then skips it over to Engbrecht. Now with Cross as she takes it into the basket. Again, splits some defenders, but no good on that shot. As Sierra Lynch fights for that one and comes down with the rebound for NIACC. Andrea Gray gets it to Wetlaufer. She'll put up a three-point attempt. That one off the front of the rim. And that one stripped away by Sierra Lynch, pulled out in the hands of Hull. That three-point attempt good for NIACC. Andrea Gray sends that one through. And again, Mardeja Cross just not able to get a handle on it. And number 11, Allie Neeson, sends that one through with a layup on the steal right there. Jordan Chalmers no good on that. Isabel West coming down with the rebound. She puts it up and gets the foul there. She'll go to the line for a couple of shots of the charity stripe.
Now it's going to have to slow down on the score, and I can't chart the buckets and who got them quick enough to keep up with the way they're scored here.
They're doing very good on that full court defense there.
And I would think we'll see them take the pressure off. Big lead here with 6:47 left and up 40 points here, or right at it, 38. I would imagine they're going to take the press off.
Isabel West sends through her first free throw. We'll see if she can get this second one to fall through. That one off the front of the rim, so she'll go 1 for 2 on that trip at the charity stripe. Kelsey Hale will bring it down the floor as she's come back into the game for NIACC. Andrea Gray over to Hale. Hale for 3. That one short of the rim. So Isabel West going to send it up to Hull. Hull to Engbrecht. And just a little late on the pass and reception. So she'll get enough defensive pressure to throw off that shot and let NIACC come back down to their end of the floor with it. Wetlaufer, another three-point attempt. That one good in the corner for 3.
And they've had, of the 10 players that have played, they've had 9 of them to score here today.
Jordan Engbrecht sends that down low to Cross. Some good defensive pressure from Wetlaufer down low.
Good block out there by a much smaller Kelsey Hale against Jordan Chalmers.
able to draw that foul thanks to the box out. As we have Autumn Mendez coming into the game for NIACC.
You got 5 on the floor for the Tritons across, and Ingbrecht, Chalmers in the middle, Hull, and Collins. And then for NIACC, Hale, Gray, Negan, Mendez, and Wettloffer.
Sent over in the corner to Mendez. Back around to Wettloffer. She puts up another three-point attempt. That one no good after she had her one in the corner last time down. She takes it into the lane, tries to pass it out. Broken up by Cross. Mendez will put up a three-point attempt. That one's short, but Negan able to come down with that one. So Cross will bring it down the floor after the Iowa Central rebound. Gets tied up there with Andrea Gray. Turns into a jump ball.
And, man, you talk about speed and being able to recover defensively. How about Andrea Gray there to run that play down and get in there and cause that jump? That was a tremendous defensive play.
Number 2, Sierra Lynch checks into the game for the Trojans.
All right, Dale Johnson, we've seen NIACC, we've seen Kirkwood, a couple of really good teams. Those teams, if they meet here in March in the big tournament, who you like between those two teams?
Well, we did see NIACC get off to a little bit of a slow start here in the first half, but I think if we could see this second half action that we're seeing for all 40 minutes of the game, I think NIACC has a good chance of pulling away with the win against that Kirkwood team.
I agree with you. I think they're a little bit more versatile than the Kirkwood team. And, boy, would I like to see a post matchup there, because they have the really talented post player there at Kirkwood as well. And going against Morrow, that would be a fun matchup, I believe, to watch.
Jordan Engbrecht set to inbound here for Iowa Central. She gets it into Mardeja Cross. Cross over to Kebrianna Collins, who we see fresh in here for Iowa Central. Sent up to Lynch. Again, we see her speed, able to pull away and get a layup on that fast break.
And they do a good job of reading the floor. As soon as they come up with a turnover, they got to head up, look up. Hale finds Lynch, 2 points.
And as you said, we've seen the full court defense back off. No full court pressure anymore from NIACC, meeting them at half court line instead now, as we have Annie Cummings checking in the game.
And you almost wonder, now at this point, if you're the Tritons, you just want to hold them under 100. That's really the goal left in the ball game.
Last game we did see him break that 100-point barrier, that 116-23 win against Ellsworth Community College here in Iowa. As play is broken up by Kelsey Hale, she's able to send it up, eventually meets with number 2, Sierra Lynch. She gets the hoop and the harm, sending her to the free throw line, trying to convert for the three-point play.
Another rip and run for NIACC, and turn it over on the floor out there in a live ball, and they're going to get rim to rim on you in a hurry, and they really could get downhill in the open floor and attack the rim. And Lynch has made 11 at that here in the second half. Most of her points, all but 4 of them, coming here in the second half. 13 there, make that 14, and she's got a total of 18 here.
We see number 40, J.C. Stevenson, check into the game during that free throw attempt for Iowa Central. Annie Cummings slowing down towards that half-court line. Some pressure. She gets it to Engbrecht. Engbrecht, not sure why she didn't want to take that shot. It was around the elbow, looked pretty wide open.
And it's kind of her shot, but a pretty good pass there. They get Mendez underneath on the foul, and Mendez felt like she had the ball there, but nonetheless, I don't think anybody's going to argue at 48-point differential here, so Kebrianna Collins will go to the line for 2.
This is that first free throw attempt with just under 4 minutes left in the game. See if Kebrianna Collins is able to knock down this second one. That one off the back iron, no good. Mendez will come down with the rebound for NIACC and hand it off to Sierra Lynch.
And Kelsey Hale's family here in the front row down below us there. They're kind of talking to her there at the free throws. They're having a good time a little bit. You can see her smiling, and kind of one of those days, and there she goes, busting it through. That's the 4th made 3 for Kelsey Hale today. She's got 14.
Mardeja Cross with it now for Iowa Central. Cummings with it, gets it back to Cross. Now to Engbrecht on the left side. Stevenson with it down low. Passes it out to Cummings, and it looks like she'll draw a foul on that pass. Had about 3 Trojans on her as she was down low there. We're going to see number 21, Andrea Gray, check in for Kelsey Hale for NIACC.
Hale going to the bench, and she's a little ginger. I think after that jumper, she came down a little bit the wrong way, and you kind of saw her be kind of ginger and hobbled a little bit on the defensive end on that last play. Smart to go ahead and get her out at this point, and no reason to risk further aggravation.
Marteza Cross gets it into Collins. She'll take a mid-range jumper, no good, but Stevenson will get the rebound, and then the shot and the foul, so she'll go to the line for a chance for a 3-point play. 3 minutes, 14 seconds left in the game here between Iowa Central and NIACC.
Beautiful putback, good position in there by Stevenson. Got the board, and she's going to go to the line for a chance at 3 the hard way here.
We've got number 10, Maya Walker, checking into the game for NIACC. As I said, we've got the men's teams for NIACC and Iowa Central coming up after this game. As you see that one fall through for Stevenson. I'll be stepping out of the booth here as we've got Casey coming in for the men's game.
Wait a minute here. I think the officials lost track. The bucket was good, and she just made the free throw, so that's the 3-point play. I was wondering what was going on. I felt like I missed something here. I am kind of sleep deprived right now.
So after that made free throw, the 3-point play completed by Stevenson. We'll have NIACC bring it back down to their end of the floor, into the corner to Wettlaufer, where we saw her knock down a 3-pointer again. Opposite side, but still good on both of her corner 3-pointers that we've seen today.
And 9 of the 10 players they've played in this ball game have scored.
You see a travel there. Always good as not only teammates but also a coach to hear that you've got scoring output from the majority of your players. Always a great game when you can make that happen. As we see the inbound to Sierra Lynch. Gets it back to Gray as she cuts down. Now with Walker as she takes it to the hoop, kicks it out to Lynch. She'll take a 3-point attempt around and in.
And NIACC putting on an exhibition in 3-point shooting here in the second half too. And right here now they're at 97. So we'll see about that 100-point mark here.
Annie Cummings with some movement, trying to spread out the defense here. Dumps it into Engbrecht, now down low to Collins. Some pressure from Mendez, throws that shot off. So NIACC will bring it down to their end of the floor. Lynch slowing things down, letting the team get set up here. Back to her. Into the corner to Wettlaufer. She has a nice fingertip pass to Autumn Mendez on that right side, resulting in a 3-point shot. You don't see that too much, just a quick little touch pass right there in the corner back out to Mendez. Some good team play there, ended up in that 3-point shot for Mendez as they reach that 100-point mark, and Lynch going to extend it a little further, looks like. No block for Engbrecht on that fast break. Lynch is able to get that one to fall through for 2.
And they're over the 100-point mark at 1 of 2 now, but they've hit 14 threes in the game and 13 of them in the second half, and a huge block by Wettlaufer.
Engbrecht with the hustle play, trying to dump it off to Collins, but couldn't quite curve it around enough. Wettlaufer for 3, and she'll knock that one down too. Hot hand for the Trojans here in this second half.
Make that 15 threes in the game, and they've hit 14 of them in the second half.
Annie Cummings to Engbrecht by the elbow. She takes it down low. Wide open lane, not able to get that one to fall off, rolls off the front of the rim.
And that's just, it's one of them days at this point for Iowa Central.
Great. It looks like we've still got those banking hours open here on the weekend.
Weekend banking hours for Andrea Gray. And that's 16 threes with 15 in the second half.
At this point, I think they're just listening and trying to challenge us.
I think so. I think they're trying to see if I can count here.
Engbrecht off on that mid-range jumper, so NIACC will come down to their end of the floor. 30 seconds and ticking left in the game. And NIACC
about a 5-second differential, 6-second differential on the clock. They'll have, I assume they'll put up a shot at the end of the clock here. I guess we'll see.
Mendez cutting down to the baseline.
And now Todd Ciachetto's going to smile. and he's been mad about everything today, and he's been on them all day long and really locked in. And now he's going to smile as they'll violate the clock. And I would tell you, I think that's a pretty classy gesture for them just to dribble the shot clock out here, not try to score here at the end with it 108-43.
We see Walker look over at the bench, a little apologetic, saying, "Sorry, I let the shot clock run out." Coach was saying, "It's fine. We're okay." Don't think it's going to hurt us too much as NIACC walks out of Hodges, the women's team, with a 108-43 victory. Very, very tight game throughout the majority of that first half, as you said, about that last 3 minutes in the first half. NIACC started to pull away, and now walking out of here with the 65-point lead here.
In the second half, they were absolutely dominant. I mean, they looked exactly like you would imagine a 25-1 team would. It could do the things a team like that can, and a ranked team. They outscore the Tritons and the Trojans here, getting back and forth. They outscore Iowa Central, does NIACC in the second half, 73-19 to pull away here for a 65-point victory. And I don't care who you are and where you are. This is college basketball, and when you go on the road and beat somebody by 60 points, brother, you've got a chance at a pretty special season.
So now NIACC will extend to 26-1. They'll be 13-0 in that conference, and now they'll have 2 back-to-back 100-point games under their belt after they took down, as we said, Ellsworth 116-23. They're on a 14-game win streak now, so going to be extremely proud of that, and it'll extend the motivation to your next game.
Well, they had 9 players that scored, and of those 9 players that scored, they had 4 of them in double figures here. And, as I mentioned, the 16 made threes, 15 in the second half. I mean, really came out on fire in the second half. And I think they were probably challenged by Coach Ciachetto probably at halftime to kind of come out and put their best foot forward and play to their standard. And certainly they played about as high level of basketball as you're capable. I mean, really humanly possible almost in that second half. They put that half together every game. I haven't seen everybody in JUCO around the country, but it'd be hard pressed where you can tell me that a team is just going to flat out beat them if they play the way they did in that second half.
Yeah, we had that chat in the middle of the game about the 2 big dogs, Kirkwood and NIACC, meeting up, what we think we could see. And I think I can say without a doubt that if we see that second half of basketball that we saw from NIACC throughout the entirety of the game, that there's no way that they couldn't walk out of there with a championship.
I believe that too. I believe that they have a little bit of extra gear there. The outside shooting there is one that they have the potential, and we saw how good they were in the second half in terms of shooting it. But one thing I think we have a little bit of advantage against Kirkwood is their quickness on the perimeter. I mean, we talked about it all game. It was easy to see here, and it showed itself here throughout the game, especially in the second half. The way they pressure you, they put a lot of pressure on the basketball, and not only do they turn you over, but they just wear you out, and then they go to the bench, and they're able to go 9 or 10 deep. So they have a lot of different ways they can beat you in that defensive pressure. Pretty good.
So a great game that we saw there. Iowa Central just not able to quite hold on to it. If you're NIACC, of course, you're glad you're walking out with a longer streak, and if you're Iowa Central, you're glad with that first quarter and maybe a part of the second quarter, but you work on stuff that didn't work for you throughout practice, take it on the chin, and then just put that stuff into practice that you work on into your next game.
Yeah, you do. You have to kind of put some of that positive and take it forward, and you've got to start to address and figure out what to do in the second half, because and not that they had a lead in this game, but they were hanging around in the first half and at the half, and then the second half they just flat out were just hit by a barrage here. And we've seen now several times where the Tritons have had struggles in the second half, and I think a lot of it comes down to the fatigue. You know, we talk about the injuries with Crooks and Stewart and how that changes the rotation and really kills your depth if you're the Tritons. And I think that's a big story here. And I think that they're having a lot of trouble in the second half of games because of that lack of depth. They've got to try to piece that together and figure that out a little bit more going forward here to be able to stay in the game because we've seen them have trouble in the second half of games.
So the NIACC Trojans walk away with the first of 2 games here, the women's game, with a win 108-43 against the Iowa Central's women's team. We'll see the men's teams of NIACC and Iowa Central in action here in about 16 minutes here in Hodges Fieldhouse. I'll be stepping out on play-by-play. We'll have Casey coming in. We'll still have Rob Jones here on color commentary. But as I said, about 16 minutes, we'll have tip-off here between the men's teams of Iowa Central and NIACC. So stay tuned right here on the Triton Nation Network.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Triton Nation Network. We're not getting no audio right now.
Hey Dan, you good? Okay, well I couldn't hear Robert there. I didn't hear it myself here. Oh, all right. Okay.
Sorry about that. Okay, welcome back to the Triton Nation Network. My name's Casey. You know, we're back here for the men's game, and I'm joined by
Rob Jones here with you, Casey, and the Tritons have a jam the gym here today. Kind of a electric atmosphere. Let's see if they can capitalize on that. It's college basketball. Anytime you're at home, you got to protect your own house. So let's see if the Tritons are able to do that against a really good NIACC team.
Yep, NIACC does come in ranked 12th in the NJCAA rankings. They do average a clean, crisp 100 points per game while shooting 50% from the field on that. And your Tritons do come in at 9-15, 3-7 in the conference, and averaging only 77 points per game. So, a big game against NIACC, number 12 teams here in Hodges Fieldhouse tonight. Just about a minute left until tip-off here. We'll get the starting lineups for you right now. We got for Iowa Central Tritons is number 2, Abel Nasser. And then we have number 22, Andrew Gibb, 24, Jeremy Kamboda, and 30, Javante Keck, and 40, Marquise Henry. And then for the NIACC Trojans, we got number 0, James Harris, number 4, Wendell Matthews, number 5, Quentin Herdick, number 10, Marshawn Carroll, and then number 22, Chandler Dean. Now, all the starters for NIACC do average over 12 points per game, so all their starters are really experienced, really skilled offensively. On the bench, they got a couple of kids that average 6, but those starters are their main scorers right now for them.
Yeah, they could really put it in the bucket. It's going to be a battle of tempo with Iowa Central being a team that scores in the high 70s, NIACC a team that scores 100 points a game. It's going to be about who can establish the pace and the tempo here in this game. And I think the opening part of this ball game is going to be big for Iowa Central to see if they can kind of establish their pace and kind of make sure they're within arm's length to NIACC as we go throughout the ball game.
And from what I've seen from the Trojans so far when I've called the games is that they really live on the inside of the paint too. And Gibb comes in averaging 15.8 to lead the Tritons right now, and then you got Henry with 10. So Henry's their best three-point shooter, but Gibb is probably one of their best overall players. So you get him established down low. He likes to drive from the top or from any of the corners and drive in and get that bucket.
He's going to try to attack the rim. Now we'll see, if he's able to get in there against NIACC, that'll be interesting if the Tritons can get something going in dribble penetration. It's a big lineup here for the Tritons too, starting 2 big guys.
Yep.
Gambamba, the big guy, about 6'9", and then
Keck.
Javante Keck at about 6'7". So let's see if they can take advantage of that, maybe go high-low. Keck is a versatile guy, so he's able to step out and play on the perimeter.
And, that's one thing I thought all year too is that Keck is more of a stretch 4. He's just been playing the 5, but I've seen him step out, make the threes, be able to drive in. So Keck, more of a stretch 4, is going to be playing probably his normal role he's playing tonight as Bamba is getting the other start tonight too.
And he'll have a little bit of size advantage, at that front court position at the 4 and 5, and we'll see if they can take advantage of it. But on the flip side of that, they're going to have to guard NIACC away from the basket. So that matchup going to be pretty intense and pretty interesting. I think a big part of the ball game today.
Just about ready to start here. Both teams in the huddle right now. NIACC already on the floor. Again, I'll run through those starters with you. Number 2 for Iowa Central is Aris Abel Nasser. And then we have 22, Andrew Gibb, 24, Jeremy Kamboba, and then number 30, Javante Keck, and number 40, Marquise Henry. And then for NIACC, we have number 0, James Harris, number 4, Wendell Matthews, number 5, Quentin Hedrick, Marshawn Carroll, and then Chandler Dean. Iowa Central controls the tip here right away as we got Abel Nasser right there at the top of the key right now, controlling the ball. It gets it to Kamboba. Over to Gibb. Gibb lost it. NIACC bringing it back down the court. Looking for something. Kicks it to, just off the front of the rim, and it will be out of bounds. They're going to keep the ball with NIACC.
Chandler Dean couldn't cash in around the rim there. And it's going to be an interesting matchup between him and Keck here today.
Yeah, like we said, Iowa Central definitely with the size advantage down low with Keck, and as we just saw Kim Boba get on up and get the rebound. He's a lengthy 6'9", so Gibb looking to drive in here, kicks it back out to Kim Boba. Kim Boba driving in, almost loses the handle, and it will be tipped out off of a NIACC player. Iowa Central ball.
Tritons kind of got a break there. That really probably should have been a turnover. They're able to keep it, so let's see if they can take advantage of that.
Gets it into Henry. Henry looking to make something happen here. Dribbling around. He's driving in. Henry goes up for the layup in, is fouled. Henry will go to the free throw line. On the season, Marcus Henry is a 86% free throw shooter, so he doesn't get to the line very often, only 38 attempts, but he's knocked down 33. So a very efficient free throw shooter when he's there.
That's a foul on Wendell Matthews, his first personal, first one of the ball game.
Henry's first free throw is up, and Iowa Central will take an early 1-0 lead in this game. Henry is also their best three-point shooter on the season. I've seen him pull up from quite some distance out there.
Yeah, he can knock it down, and so can Zach Folks here, and we'll see Folks come in off the bench here.
Yeah, Henry's second free throw's up and good as Iowa Central takes a 2-0 lead right now. Right now for the ball is James Harris. Right now for NIACC, looking to make something happen. Henry playing tight defense on him, gets it over to Herdick, trying to find something happen. Dean on the outside there, gets it back to Herdrick. Herdrick dribbling in, trying to get something going. They kick it down low to Matthews. Matthews with the step back. Oh, I think they're going to call it out of bounds as it did touch the top of the where the rim is projected from the top. It did touch out of bounds.
Hit the basket support. Now NIACC's going to be in a full court pressure here, trying to create some turnovers. They're going to put their biggest guy on the ball here to try to kind of take away the vision of the inbound passer.
If they get it into Gibb back to Abel Nasser. Abel Nasser's fouled on the play there. That on the foul right there is number 0, James Harris for the Trojans. You know, I've seen the Trigals the Tritons struggle with full court presses this season so far. So, you know, it's very good if they can get going and get their offense going in the transition game, getting past that the full court press. Abel Nasser here with the ball, bringing it up here now for the Tritons. The top of the key, kicks it down low to Keck. Keck with an open backdoor dunk right there. Nice pass by Abel Nasser. A nice way for Keck to see the open space and lose his defender and get there for the backdoor.
Slam it home, Javante.
Dean with the ball right now.
Rim on that one.
Carroll driving in. You think he's going to get called for the foul?
That's going to be Keck.
Keck. Yep, Keck picking up his first personal foul here. Marshawn Carroll's a freshman for the NIACC Trojans. He comes in shooting 72% from the free throw line. And the first one is up and good. Cuts into the Iowa Central lead. It is now 4-1.
Pretty good start here for the Tritons in the first couple of minutes of the ball game.
Second free throw is up. It is off the front of the rim. Kamboba with the rebound. Gets it to Henry. Henry bringing it up on the far side here. Henry slowing stuff down, looking for somebody to get it to. Henry driving in again. Kicks it to... Tries getting it out to Abelnaster in the corner, but it is stolen away from a NIACC defender. We got Herdrick bringing up the ball back to Matthews. Matthews going in tough.
Cool.
And they're going to get Kimboba with the rebound at the foul down there in the paint, as Matthews will go to the free throw line.
Kimboba did a pretty good job of challenging the shot. They're going to say he got a little body on the way up of Matthews.
Matthews is a 78% free throw shooting. The first one is up, and it is good. Makes it now 4-2 for the Tritons.
Matthews a guy who's a versatile guy, about 6'5", long, strong body, can do a lot of different things for NIACC in their up-tempo system.
Second free throw is up, and it is good. It is now 4-3 for the Tritons. Abelnasser bringing the ball up on the far side. NIACC still in that four-court press, gets it to Henry. Henry looking for Abelnasser, gets it to him. Abelnasser all the way over to Kimboba, who's in the closest corner to us. Over to Keck. Keck to Abelnasser. Abelnasser almost loses it, but gets it up on the floater. Kimboba fighting hard for the rebound. The rebound will come down to Harris, excuse me. Robinson getting in. Almost got called for the travel. Dean trying to look for the three. They're going to get a foul on the Tritons here. Oh, no, excuse me. They're going to get Caden Dean with the extending his elbow there.
Push off on Dean. It's going to be a 1-2-2, three-quarter court press here for NIACC, and they're going to try to trap the sidelines here.
Abenasser gets it to Henry. Henry looking for Abenasser, gets it to him. Abenasser over to Gibb. Gibb just mishandles it and gets it out of bounds. Will be a turnover for the Tritons. Dean to inbound here on the close side.
And that's one to drive you crazy because it's an unforced error right there.
Yeah, and it was one Gibb should have had. Bringing up the ball right now for the Trojans is Hedrick. Hedrick over to Dean. Dean's going to take a three. Oh, rimmed in and out. Abenasser with the rebound, bringing the ball up. Going quick for the Tritons. Slows it down, trying to look for somebody to get it to. All the way over to Gibb. Gibb driving in. And will get called for Gibb will draw the foul.
Good drive by Andrew. That's kind of his game. You mentioned that at the top of the broadcast, that he likes to take the ball to the hole, get downhill, use his upper body strength, and he's able to do that.
Gibb likes to get to the free throw line, too. He's been to the free throw line 122 times, shooting 83% from the field, so not very many misses for him. So the first one will go in. The Tritons will jump out to a bigger lead now, 5-3.
We got substitutions in the ball game here for NIACC.
Number 23 subbing in for NIACC. That is Trey Sampson. And along with number 3, that is McLeod Robinson. Robinson bringing the ball up right now. Kicks it to Hedrick. Hedrick pulls up. No good for Hedrick. Harris with the rebound. Harris to get it in.
Man, Sampson in there, 6'8" guy, 6'7", about that size. Kind of gives them another big man off the bench here to combat the Triton size of the front court.
Abenasser with the ball here. Tries to get a move on. Looking for someone to pass it to. Henry trying to cut backdoor, doesn't get to him. Unforced error right there by Abenasser as he tries going across court, but Robinson will bring the ball up. Kicks it to Robertson. Over to Hedrick. Hedrick gets it stolen away. Henry bringing it back up. The Tritons going fast here. Henry lobs up to Kimboba. Not able to finish it. Gibb with the rebound. Gibb will draw the foul and one.
Want to stay with it there for Andrew Gibb. All you young players out there, always run the floor. Never assume that it's going to be a make-in transition.
Gibb again is an 83% free throw shooter. He did knock down his first 2 earlier in the game. Yep, subbing in for the Tritons right now is Zach Folks, who provides a spark off the bench. He's a really good shooter.
Yeah, he's a guy who's been in double digits most every game since he made his debut here in the second semester.
Gibb with the free throw to go down again. Tritons are up 8-5 right now over NIACC. We got Harris bringing the ball up right now for the Trojans. Harris looking to make something happen, puts a move on Henry. Henry with him all the way. Harris with the step back off the back of the rim. Keck with the rebound. Keck bringing it up the court, couldn't find anybody getting. Keck over to Abenasser. Abenasser starting to slow things down. Keck's going to drive in again, and he will go up and get the points.
Attacking the bucket. I like that. Keck attacking there. Gibbs been attacking. Triton's been aggressive early on.
And like we said earlier, Jeremy Kimboba is making the start today, so Keck is able to play like what I think is more of a stretch 4.
Yeah.
So Keck is able to be out on the wings and in the post too. He's able to drive in. He plays a lot like Andrew Gibb. I mean, for some ways, but he can pop the 3 too.
Sure, he's a guy who gives you a lot of versatility, and we see there him able to put it on the floor, get to the deck, and into the rim. And to me, that's the next kind of evolution in the game of Javante Keck, is to be able to put it on the floor, create for himself, and we see him able to get to the rim right there.
And the Tritons are a really young team too still. They got the 2 sophomores that start for them.
That's it. And everybody back next year other than those 2 guys. So, Javante Keck, a guy that once he puts that little extra ball handling, a little extra weight and strength, his toolkit going to pretty much be complete at that point.
Hedrick with the ball right now for NIACC. Gets it over to Sampson. Sampson with the 3, no good. Folks with the rebound. Folks gets it to Abenasser. Abenasser driving in. Uses the spin move.
Oh.
Goes up hard, but it is blocked. Sampson bringing the ball up. Almost loses it. Gets it over to Hedrick. Hedrick looking to make something happen. Hedrick backing it out now, gets it over to Robertson. Robertson now looking for a teammate here. Robertson drives in, gets it over to Sampson. We are going to get a foul called on NIACC. It will be Triton ball.
It's going to be a travel there against Robertson with the basketball, and NIACC now going to bring Dean in and go small as we'll go to a timeout. To me, Casey, I feel like the pace of this game thus far is exactly what the Tritons want.
Yeah, I mean, the Tritons are wanted to be more fast-paced, getting their transition offense to go. I mean, they're looking really good in transition.
Well, and they're doing a good job against NIACC defensively, not letting NIACC run. We talked about the fact that NIACC scores 100 points a game, and to have 5 points for them, to be able to hold them to 5 in over 5 minutes of play. I think that's the pace of the game, and that's the effort defensively and performance defensively the Tritons want.
Yeah, the Tritons are going to have to make them play their own game here, because the Tritons, there is a 23-point difference between what the Tritons average and what.
Can't get in a track meet with them, as they say. You do that, it's going to be a long day. But thus far, the Tritons have made this a half-court game, and they've made NIACC earn everything here in the early going and have a 10-5 lead as a result of it.
And I mean, they're getting really, really good back on defense, too, because, they've had some unforced turnovers to where NIACC's stolen the ball away. NIACC looks really aggressive, really quick on defense. So, for the Tritons to get back and play good defense and hold them up is a really good job, too.
Well, one of the big keys about those turnovers, too, is most of them were dead ball turnovers, which you have a chance to set up on defense as opposed to live ball turnover. That's definitely what, drives the coach crazy, is to turn it over in the open floor.
Yeah, NIACC with a full court press here. Abelnasser gets it to Keck. Keck looking to get it back to Abelnasser. Tough defense played by Robinson on Abelnasser there. Keck bringing it up himself. Keck still with the ball here. Keck driving in. Doesn't quite get it to go up. Gets it over to Evans. Evans with the ball right now for the Trojans. Back to Hedrick. Hedrick with the 3, and that will splash in. And brings the score now 10-8.
You've got to identify the shooters and find the shooters in transition. They like to shoot it on the run like that, and Hedrick makes it as a result.
Abelnasser with the ball here, looking to get it to somebody. Gibb tried to set a screen. Abelnasser will pull up. That will be off the front iron. Robertson bringing the ball down now. Robertson almost lost it. Now he's breaking it back out, looking to set up the offense. Robertson goes with the screen, but Keck there in the passing lane gets it away as he gets it to Henry. Henry to Gibb. Gibb's going to go up. It doesn't quite get it to go as Hedrick comes down with the rebound. Hedrick bringing it up now for the Trojans. They will get Abelnasser with the block, but it's also going to go off of him, and it will be NIACC ball. Coming in 9 out for the Tritons is Arthur Weston Jr., who is a freshman. Like we said, a lot of freshmen here on the Tritons team today.
Sampson back in for NIACC. So we're going to see Keck now match up against Sampson at a huge size differential here. Dean with Marquise Henry on him.
Yep, Dean using his physicality, going down low, noticing that the matchup was different, but Keck with a nice rebound and a nice box out. Gets it to Abelnasser. Abelnasser over to Arthur Weston. Turnover there for the Tritons as Robinson brings down the ball with the... Robinson tried to get fancy there.
A little too much mustard on the hot dog there, and he loses it out of bounds. That'll drive you crazy if you're the coach over there for him. No reason really to try to go behind your back in tight traffic like that. Just go up with the basketball. Triton's interesting lineup, smaller lineup here, and NIACC kind of has the size advantage now with Sampson and Dean on the floor, and we'll see if that matchup against Dean is one that's detrimental to the Tritons.
Arthur Weston just to kick the ball to Folks. Folks looking to drive in, back to Arthur Weston. Arthur Weston over to Henry. Henry looking to drive in again, back to Weston. Weston looking to drive in over to Gibb. Gibb's going to use his physicality and drive in, but kicks it to Folks. Folks with the 3, and he airballs it. Sampson with the rebound. Gets it over to Robertson. Robertson looking to set up the offense here. Denies the screen from Dean over to Robinson. Robinson looking to drive in. Robinson with the pull-up, and it will be off the back iron. Folks with the rebound. Robinson does come in for NIACC, averaging 18.5 a game, so is their leading scorer. Weston with the rebound here. With the ball, looking to set up the offense. Nobody really doing anything yet. Weston. uses a crossover move, gets it over to Keck. Keck with Sampson on here, so maybe trying to get a three open, but Folks with the floater and will be out the front of the rim, but they are going to get a blocking foul called on NIACC.
And that bails out Zach Folks and Iowa Central there. Folks had an open look at a three there. Probably should have took it late in the shot clock like that.
He passed up on the three, but the foul will go to Marshawn Carroll for NIACC. Folks at the free throw line comes in, a 76% free throw shooter. And again, he didn't play the first half of the season, so, Folks is a big spark off the bench right now for the Tritons. Folks' first free throw goes down, makes the score now 11-8.
He's a guy who can really shoot the basketball, gives you that extra dimension coming off the bench.
Second free throw is up and good. 2 for 2 at the line there for Folks. Robinson with the ball right now for NIACC. Gets it back over to Robertson. Robertson to Carroll. Carroll looking to make something happen. Back to Robertson. Robertson to Sampson. Sampson out there on the three-point line looking to drive in. He kicks it over to Carroll. Carroll with the three. Off the back iron. Robinson trying to save it, but gets it to Arthur Weston. Arthur Weston bringing the ball up right now. Has a bigger defender on him. Folks kicks it over to Javante. Javante down low to Cam Dang. Cam Dang back to Javante. Javante with a little spin around hook shot there and gets it to fall. Now 14-8 for the Tritons.
Good job of using his left hand around the rim there too. If you can use both hands around the rim and score effectively, you're going to up your scoring average for sure.
Dean drived in on Dang there, and you get a foul called on Dang there. Dang, a bigger body now in for the Tritons. Out of Storm Lake, Iowa. I've seen the kid play high school basketball, so I know he can be really physical down low.
He can, and surprisingly can move around for a guy carrying the kind of weight, body mass that he has. He's got really good feet, and now Kambamba going to come in for Keck, so we're going to put Dang and Kambamba both on the floor here in the front court.
Looking at Dang, he can almost be a fullback for some college football teams out there. Evans gets in a nice layup, but it will no go. Arthur Weston with the rebound. Bring it now up to the court for the Tritons.
11:20 left here in the first half. Tritons with a 6-point lead.
Weston trying to get his defender off him. Gets it over to Gibb. Gibb drives in again. Almost traveled by Gibb, but Kemboba will. Almost throws it down. Went a little early on that, but Evans will bring it up. Gets it over to Hedrick. Hedrick drives in. Gets it back to Sampson. But Arthur Weston with a nice steal. Arthur Weston coming up down the court one-on-one. Gets it to go. Tritons now up 16-8.
Beautiful job there on the rip and run by Arthur Weston, and used the rim to protect it from the shot blocker. That's what you have to do as a smaller guy in a college game.
Hedrick with the ball right now. Pulls up for the three, and it will go down. It's now 16-11 for the Tritons as Arthur Weston inbounds the ball. Gets it to Folks.
It's going to be interesting to see how the Tritons defend the ball screen game. Played under at that time, and they were able to knock it down. So we'll see if they adjust on that.
Kemboba kicks to Dang. Dang to Weston. Weston puts on a couple moves, gets it over to Folks. Folks looking to drive around his defender, and will go up with the layup. It is no good. Sampson with the rebound, kicks it all the way to Robinson. Robinson goes up, and the layup will fall. 11-13 now for the Tritons. Cam gets it to Gibb. Gibb bringing it up the court. Gibb looking to back out and slow stuff down. Gets it over to Weston. Weston driving in. Kicks it over to Folks. Folks will take the three, and that is just off the rim.
That's a tough shot because Sampson was out there covering him, a 6'7" guy. So hard to make that shot. Good job defensively, I thought, by Sampson, as Keck and Abdul Nasser will come back in here for the Tritons. An interesting lineup this is, too, because Abdul Nasser and Weston going to be on the floor together. So you got really 2 point guards on the floor, and we'll see if that's able to help them offensively to read the floor and be able to kind of penetrate.
Yep, a little bit of a smaller lineup out there for the Tritons as you essentially have 3 guards out there with Abdul Nasser, Folks, and Weston. Keck on Robertson here. Gets it over to Evans. Evans with the pull-up three, and it will fall, tying this game up at 16. Abelnasser's got the ball, bringing it up now for the Tritons. Robertson on him, playing tight defense. Abelnasser goes by Robertson, kicks it over to Keck. Keck driving in, tries to get a spin move, but it will be stolen away by Hedrick. Hedrick up to Evans. Evans looking to drive in again. Dang on the side, gets it to Robertson, but Robertson gets it stolen away by Folks. Folks with the ball now, bringing it up for the Tritons.
Hey, back and forth we go here.
Tritons got a little cold here recently as they were up 16-8. We are now tied at 16 with 2 minutes and 58 seconds left. And we're going to get a call on, I believe, on NIACC there, and it will be number 2, DeAndre Robinson, will be his second foul.
Andrew Gibb back in for the Tritons. Now, the Tritons going to be in the bonus the rest of this half, and this could be big. Let's see if they can convert and cash in on that. And Zach Folks going to go to the line here.
Yep, Folks coming in, 76% free throw shooter. Right here, made his first 2 earlier. First one is up, and it just rattles in and is good. Tritons regained the lead here, 17-16.
Zach Folks, freshman out of Columbia, South Carolina, played his high school ball at Richland Northeast.
Folks' second free throw is up and good. Tritons take a 2-point lead, 18-16 here. Robertson with the 3. Will be gone off the front iron. Gibb with the rebound, gets it over to Weston. Weston still with the ball here, bringing it up, slowing some stuff down here as he's got guarded very closely here by Hedrick. Weston gets it to Gibb. Gibb looking to make something happen here. Gibb driving in, gets it over to Keck. Keck to Folks. Folks almost gets it stolen away, but it will be out of bounds off of Hedrick, back to Iowa Central. Folks will inbound the ball. Weston to inbound here. Weston gets it to Abelnasser. Abelnasser driving in, tough defense on him, kicks it over to Keck. Keck with the pull-up 3. Off the back iron, rebound to Carroll for NIACC. Carroll gets it to Hedrick. Hedrick driving in again. Hedrick will be called on the foul. Foul will go to Folks.
Coach Helly doesn't like the call. He thought that Folks was just standing there.
Folks was in good guarding position, but he might have been whacked, but Hedrick goes to the line. He is a 73% free throw shooter. The first one is up, and it is good.
And he's got 7 here as he knocked down a couple of threes early in the game, too.
His second free throw is up, and that one will be in, too. All tied up here at 18 right now. Abelnasser with the ball right now, kicks it to Folks. Folks drives in, gets a tough layup to fall. Coach wanted the foul down there, but nothing's called. Hedrick bringing the ball up for the Trojans. Hedrick looking to make something happen here. Gets it over to Sampson. Sampson out here on the 3-point line. Gets it to Dean. Dean gets it down to Robinson. Folks with nice, good help defense coming over.
Really good help, good rotation there for him, and good recognition. Got to see the ball, and he did from the weak side there.
Robinson inbound of the ball here for NIACC. Gets it to Dean. Dean back to Robinson. Robinson over to Carroll. Carroll driving in. His layup will be up, and it will fall, tying us back up at 20. Weston bringing the ball up for the Tritons right now. Puts on a couple moves. Gets it over to Abelnasser. Abelnasser splits the defense, and it will be blocked by Sampson at the rim. Dean with the rebound gets it over to Hedrick. Hedrick all the way over to Carroll. Carroll almost loses it back to Dean. Dean down to Sampson, but they're going to get, I think they're going to
charge on Dean there. It was a good job by collapsing on him on the help defensive rotation. There's there for the Tritons, and they'll get it back. So good job there. Now on the previous possession for the Tritons, Sampson came over and made that block. If you're the man that Sampson's guarding, you've got to flash to the rim there when he comes over to help.
Yep. And Henry just checked in for Weston, so right now we have Abelnasser with the ball, and he gets it to Henry. Henry looking for somebody to come help with the screen. Almost gets it taken away. Henry in trouble right now. Gets it at Abel Nasser on the back door, and nice feed by Henry. There's the Tritons regain the lead 22-20.
Yeah, good back cut there as they were overplaying the passing lane.
Hedrick with the ball right now. Pulls up from the free throw line. Rebound here by Henry. Henry bringing it up now. Henry kicks it to Gibb. Gibb back to Keck. Keck over to Folks. Folks drives in. Abel Nasser right there. Takes the three, and it will go in. Tritons are up 5 now, 25-20.
And a miscommunication, and NIACC going to turn it over. So good break here for the Tritons, and a 5-0 run and a 5-0 personal run for Aris Abdul Nasser here.
Yeah, let's see if the Tritons can still keep it going here as they are on a 5-0 run.
Go back to it.
Keck over to Henry. Henry, they're going to get Henry called for the travel there. Henry being a little too aggressive, dragged his pivot foot there.
Yep, got happy feet there, looking to put it down, try to attack there. Next time down, I say let's run the offense through Aris Abdul Nasser. He's kind of got the hot hand. Let's see if they can play through him a little bit.
Hedrick with the ball right now for the Trojans. Gets it to Sampson. Sampson over to Carroll. Carroll back to Robertson. Robertson over to Carroll. Carroll back to Sampson. Sampson out there on the three-point line, driving in with the pull-up, and it will fall. Kind of a tough shot right there for Sampson with Keck all over him, but just a nice shot to go down there for Sampson as the Trojans cut into the lead 25-22. Keck with the ball right now, gets it over to Henry. Henry with the shot fake. The step back is going to get pulled up the three, and it will fall. Nice shot there by Marquise Henry. 28-22 now for the Tritons.
We're talking about big-time, difficult shots on both ends right there.
Henry kind of did the James Harden-like shot there. Robinson with the ball right now, gets it to Hedrick. Hedrick over to Robertson. Robertson down to Sampson. Sampson posting up on Gibb. Sampson's going to go. And they're going to get a blocking foul called on Gibb here. Be Gibb's first foul of the night.
And the next foul gets Iowa Central will send NIACC to the bonus as well. So both teams going to be in the bonus the rest of the way here in the half.
Excuse me, the foul went on Marquise Henry. That is his first foul. Carroll to inbound the ball here for NIACC. Looks like they got some sweat or maybe something down there on the floor. They're going to clean up here real quick.
A little spill there. While we've got a break in the action, today's game brought to you by Creative Science and Graphics. 5:02 here, actually 5:05 left here in the half. Casey at 28-21. Iowa Central in front of a near-capacity crowd at Jam the Gym today in Hodges Field House, and you can feel the electricity and a pretty good start for the Tritons.
Jam the Gym's a big day for the Tritons. It's a big visit day for everybody coming in that's going to potentially come here to the school. So it's Gibb with the nice block there, gets it to Henry. Henry looking to push up, gets it to Keck. Keck with the nice reverse layup, does not fall. Hedrick with the rebound, bringing it up, goes behind the back, is driving in with a shot fake, and he will get his tough layup to fall.
Challenged the shot blocker, used the left hand there. Good finish at the rim.
Abel Nasser now here with the ball. Double team, gets it down to Keck. Keck not realizing he's left alone, just gets the layup to go down, and they will extend their lead 30-24 right now.
He almost waited long enough for them to come back and defend him there.
Yeah, and I don't think Keck realized that Abel Nasser was double teamed. He had nobody on him, and he was like, well, I got to pass out of this. Carroll with the ball for the Trojans, looking for somewhere to go, gets it to Sampson. Sampson looks to drive in on Keck. Sampson's layup will be up and go.
Now, here's what I've noticed about Sampson. He likes to go hard right every time he gets it, so might as well overplay and sell out to his right hand.
Abel Nasser with a tough layup. Just denied by the rim. Henry being aggressive in the passing lane, almost gets the steal, but he is going to get called for the foul. They're going to get a reach in on Marquise Henry. That will be his second foul of the evening.
He doesn't like the call there, but he did get a piece of the arm, so it'll be 1-1 for Sampson here.
Sampson does come in.
And that not only is number 2 in terms of personal fouls on Henry, but it also, think about this, Sampson's here 75 feet from the basket. You can't score from 75 feet away, right? You foul him there in the bonus, you've given him the opportunity to score here.
Sampson misses the free throw. Weston Weston bringing the ball up now for the Tritons. Weston using a screen by Keck, doesn't quite get around to the defender. Weston gets it to Folks. Folks driving in, and his runner will go. Folks doing what he does best, is scoring the basketball in a variety of ways here for the Tritons tonight. Evans has the ball right now for the Trojans.
We're going to go under 3.5 minutes left here in the half.
Evans looking to make something happen. Gets it to Robertson. Robertson down to Sampson. Sampson posting up on Keck. Keck with nice defense there, but Sampson able to get his miss and put it back up. Abelnasser now with the ball. Had a tough time holding on to it. Abelnasser over to Gibb. Gibb driving in on a smaller defender, kicks it out to Folks. Folks with the deep three off the front of the iron. Robertson with the rebound, bringing the ball up for the Trojans. Robertson looking to go fast as he gets it to Sampson. Sampson will... Oh.
He was looking to pass there, and they thought he was going to shoot, so miscommunication there.
Sampson will go out, and coming in for the Trojans right now is number 21, Blake Graham. Cam Dang will check in for Javante Keck here as Keck will take a seat. Very good first half out of Keck here.
Yeah, good first half and a smart move by Coach Helly. They put Simpson on the bench for NIACC over here. He comes out, so they counter and get Keck out at the same time here.
Tritons go down low to Dang. Dang using his strength and physicality. Doesn't quite go. Weston with the rebound, looking to do something. Weston with the runner, and it will fall.
Good job there by Arthur Weston to step through toward the bucket, and that opened him up.
Evans looking to get something happen. A foul will be called down low. I think they're going to get it on Arthur Weston here for the Tritons. Will be his first personal foul as well. To the line for the Trojans is James Harris. Comes in a 79% three-throw shooter. Averages 12.1 points per game for the Trojans. His first three throws up, and it is good.
Harris part of that kind of perimeter combination for them. Really athletic on the perimeter between him and Robinson and some of those guys that we've seen there on the perimeter can really get after you defensively because of that athletic ability.
Second free throw's up and good. Weston bringing the ball up now for the Tritons. Weston going around the screen from Dang. Oh, I think they're gonna get a reach in here on the Trojans. Weston trying to drive in, but NIACC reaching in for the ball there.
Yeah, Marshawn Carroll going to pick that one up.
Arthur Weston will go to the line now, coming in at a 71% free throw shooter. Hasn't shot a whole lot. He's 10 of 14 from the free throw line.
Now they're going to bring Sampson back in for NIACC here, as well as Hedrick, who's had a good first half. But Sampson back in, and now that's going to be a little bit of a mismatch. We'll see how the Tritons are able to adjust to that. Dang's going to be giving up quite a bit of height, about 3-4 inches here to Sampson.
Evans bringing the ball up for the Trojans. Gets it over to Hedrick. Hedrick looking to go around the screen. Gets it to Robinson. Robinson guarded by Folks here. Robinson looking to make something happen. Gets it over to Robertson. Robertson dancing on Gibb. Robertson's tough layup will not fall. Sampson with the rebound. But Sampson's put back will not go, and Sampson will be fouled and go to the free throw line.
Well, we talked about that size differential when you see it there with Sampson getting the offensive board and using that length. He just kind of reached out and grabbed that one. He's so long, and we're going to see if the Tritons can kind of play through that size advantage. But Sampson doing a good job of using the advantage there.
Sampson's first free throw is up and good. Tritons are up right now, 34-31. Just a minute, 56 seconds left here in the first half. Sampson's second free throw is no good. Dang with the rebound, gets it to Weston. Weston kind of going slowly, kicks it over to Abelnasser. Abelnasser looking to make something happen, gets it down to Dang. Oh, I think Robinson kicked the ball out, so they're going to get a kick ball here. Tritons will inbound the ball there in the far corner. Not a really good spot there to inbound the ball.
No, it's a difficult angle to inbound it from. And you got a small guy trying to inbound it there that can be problematic too.
Folks here with the ball top the key. Folks drives in. Nice, easy layup. Folks using his speed to go. Folks with a really, really good first half. He's up to 10 points. Hedrick with the ball right now for NIACC.
He's got a team high 10 to Zach Folks off the bench here.
Nice backdoor pass by Hedrick finding Robinson. Robinson gets the layup to go. Abelnasser bringing the ball up on the far side of the court here for the Tritons. Uses the screen by Dang. Abelnasser with a little bit of a size advantage, but he'll get the three to fall. Sampson right in his face. Extends the Triton lead 39-33.
And Eris Abdel-Nasser knocking down 2 threes in the first half. We don't see that a lot out of him, so getting some bonus offense out of Eris today.
Yeah, Abelnasser only averages 7.4 points per game. He's more of a pass first point guard out there for the Tritons, which you like to see here. Gibb gets it to Folks. Folks with the three. Folks with the hot hand here, gets it to go. Zach Folks, 13 points here off the bench for the Tritons. 42-33 for Iowa Central here in the first half. 33 seconds left here. Hedrick driving in on Dang. Hedrick gets past Dang. Dang with the nice aggressive block.
They're going to call a blocking foul underneath here.
Yep, they're going to give it to Arthur Weston Jr. That'll be his second foul. Here, Hedrick going to the free throw line for the Trojans. Comes in at a 72% free throw shooter on the season. His first free throw is up, and it is good. Second free throw is up. It is off the front of the iron. Dang with the rebound. Gets it over to Weston. Iowa Central probably looking to hold for the last shot here as they're up 42-34.
And they're going to take the use it or lose it timeout here that you have in college basketball to try to get the shot they wanted. I would think we may see Javante Keck check back in the ball game on this offensive possession here for the Tritons. They're going to try to put an offensive group on the floor. I would imagine we're going to see a little bit of spread, maybe some sort of ball screen or that dribble drive motion handoff that they've been going to try to attack the defense here.
Who do you think is Coach going to want to take the shot here? I think it's going to be Folks.
I would think Folks, possibly Keck. Folks is a little hotter. You know, Eris Abdel-Nasser, I think, I think you want to run something that's got a lot of options on it here. If you can't get to that first option and go through your progression, just make sure that, A, you don't turn it over, B, you get a decent shot on the basket, and C, you do that and don't give enough time for NIACC to come down with a run out and score at the end of the half here.
On the court right now for the Tritons is Abdel-Nasser, Weston, Keck, Folks, and Gibb. Arthur Weston with the ball right now. 17 seconds left here. Weston maybe looking to take it one-on-one here. Keck with this comes with the screen. Weston looking to drive in, gets it back over to Keck. Keck to Folks. Folks drives in for the layup, and it will fall in.
And I think Sampson goaltended it anyway, and no call, but beautiful execution on that last possession for the Tritons.
The Tritons will take a 10-point lead over the number 12 Trojans here at halftime. Folks looked really good off the bench here for the Tritons with a team-high 15 here at half. Rob, what do you think?
The biggest factor for your team, you're beating one of the best teams in the conference by 10 points. What do you think's been the early keys?
Well, I think we played really unselfish, and I think we moved the basketball really well, and we didn't get caught up in their action. You know, we played the way that we want to play, so now we just got to continue for 20 more minutes.
Yeah, your three-point shooting has been off the charts tonight. What do you think, your shooters, what do you think they've been contributing so far?
Well, we've just been really patient. We've been really getting wide open shots instead of taking contested shots. You shoot wide open shots, your percentage is going to go up.
Well, what do you think you got to do to continue that success from the first half into the second half?
Well, we got to guard. We got to do a good job of guarding. We've held them to 34. They're averaging 90-some, so we got to continue to do it on the defensive end.
Yep, thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Yep.
Well, there you go. Halftime, Tritons up 44-34, and a pretty inspired performance.
That was a lot
It seemed
better.
like they got a little extra energy, a little pep in the step, and kind of an electric atmosphere here today.
Jam the gym night. It's pretty packed house here for the Tritons. One of the bigger crowds I've seen here doing the basketball games as they do go into the halftime up 44-34 on the number 12 NIACC Trojans. That'll do it for me and Rob here. We'll be back here with the second half coverage for you in just a bit.
out to Jillian McGuire from Mount Vernon. Jillian, congratulations, you playing your Blue Seeker out in the lobby area.
What the fuck is
Ladies and gentlemen, that's for your halftime entertainment and performance from the ladies of the Iowa Central Dance Team. These ladies competed in the NIACC stage championship in December, receiving first place finishes in pop, jazz, and hip-hop categories. The second time in school history, the dance team has taken a clean sweep of state competition, dominating all divisions. The dance team is going to be hosting the Kids Meeting next Saturday, February 22nd, as well as an audition current play on Saturday, March 14th. Interested high schoolers, please contact Coach Cassidy or Stephanie for information. Today we're showcasing their state championship hip-hop routine. Feel free to yell, cheer, encourage them all in their whole performance. Give a welcome to your Iowa Central Dance Team. Keep it going, keep it going. One foot in front of the other. There we go. Nice, easy layup. There we go. Rico's in. Run on back. Switch it up. Lose the shoes, lose the shorts, lose the jersey. Now it's our prospective students' opportunity to make that shot, win that money. Keep it going, make some noise. All the way down, make that layup. Try to keep those shorts on. Nice and easy right off the backboard. We're going to count that as a block. Here we go. And we've got our
And we are live here from Hodges Fieldhouse as well. Again, the starters are the same starters that were in the first half here. We got Gibb, Henry, Kimboba, Abel Nasser, and Keck, along with Hedrick, Robinson, Evans, Matthews, and Dean for the Trojans. The Iowa Central Tritons are up 44-33. A really nice first half off the bench for Folks.
Yep. 15 for Zach Folks off the bench, and then Abdul Nasser and Keck both with 8. So good offensive balance here. And
Trojans go right into Matthews. Matthews out to Evans. Evans gets fouled on the 3.
Marquise Henry, you know, that is one of the cardinal sins of the game there, to foul the three-point shooter. And Marquise a sophomore, and that's a kind of a freshman level mistake there. So we'll hope that doesn't hurt the Tritons too much.
Evans with his first 3 throws up and good. Evans comes in on the season a 79% free throw shooter here. His second free throw is just up, and it is good as well.
Wendell Matthews is back starting for NIACC here in the second half. We didn't see much of him. He picked up 2 quick fouls in the
two
first
quick
half.
fouls right there. Kind of don't want him. Maybe that's why they don't have him down low right now. Don't want him to get that 3rd foul, because that could be a big one here. Evans misses on the 3rd free throw. Kamboba with the rebound gets it over to Abdul Nasser. Abdul Nasser bringing the ball up for the Tritons right now. Abdul Nasser double team, gets it over to Gibb. Gibb kicks it to Heck. Heck over to Gibb. Gibb with the aggressive layup, and is fouled.
Good drive there. Good give and go. 1-2-2 trap for NIACC, and a good job attacking it there from the Tritons.
Andrew Gibb is an 83% free throw shooter on the season for the Tritons. Is one of their better free throw shooters. He has made over 100 on the season, and his first one is up, and it's good.
Of course, Andrew Gibb, the local guy, a Fort Dodge native, St. Edmund Catholic School, played his ball for high school for Coach Adolph Kokendorfer.
Gibb's second free throw is up and good, and Gibb will be, after basketball season gets done, Gibb is going to join the golf team too here.
Okay.
I have my roommates on the golf team, so I was able to get that little information before the game started today. Fight for the ball down on the floor. Looks like Kamboba's got it, but they are going to get a jump ball call here. Possession arrow is favoring the Tritons.
So you were working your sources to find out about Andrew Gibb's spring plans there. Of course, I mentioned he played at St. Edmund for kind of a local legend, and Coach Adolph Kokendorfer, a guy that I know pretty well. And Andrew, as a result, a well-schooled basketball player.
Andrew had a really good career, a really good high school career. Not quite sure, but I know I would assume a 4-year varsity starter. Weston with the ball right now for the Tritons. Drives in, kicks it over to Gibb. Gibb looking to make something happen here, guarded pretty close. Gets it to Weston. Weston looking to make something happen. Dances a little bit. Almost loses it. Goes up for the floater. Gets it rejected out of... Really aggressive block there by Hedrick. Hedrick, it will go out of bounds off of Hedrick as Abu Nasser, with a nice play there to let it go out of bounds.
Officials letting them play too, because there was a lot of contact as Weston was trying to get to the hole there.
Weston Willowbound, it gets it to Abu Nasser. Abu Nasser almost loses it. Gets it over to Gibb. Gibb drives in. They're going to call a shot clock violation. A lot of contact on Gibb there as he went up. I think Gibb wanted the foul, but they're going to get a shot clock violation on the Tritons. The Tritons are up 46-36 here, just under 19 minutes left, as Evans brings the ball up for the Trojans. Evans gets it to Dean. Dean down to Matthews. Matthews is fouled. Going up for the 2-point opportunities. Matthews, again, we did mention earlier, didn't play a whole lot in the first half. He got 2 quick fouls he picked up. As Matthews comes in on the season, a 68% free throw shooter here. I'm pretty sure he hit both of his ones earlier from the line as well.
Yeah, he did, and he's a guy that, can get to the free throw line because he's got that strong body, and he's able to use that body in there, get position, and then go up and attack the rim. As Cham Dang back in the ball game for the Tritons here. Kambamba will take a seat.
Matthews is one of their taller players for the Trojans. He is a lengthy, but as Rob just said, Dang will check in for Kamboba. Matthews' second free throw's up and no good. Dang with the rebound, using his physicality down there. Gets it to Abel Nasser. Abel Nasser bringing it up here, looking to set up the offense. Uses the screen by Dang. Abel Nasser double teamed here, gets it to Keck. Keck trying to get it down low to Dang. Gets it down low to Dang. Dang goes up with the layup, and it is good.
Cham Dang using that big body inside to carve out space.
Hedrick with the ball right now for the Trojans. Pulls up for the three, and it will go down.
And there you see him using the screen, and the Tritons playing under the screen there and getting caught for it.
Weston gets the ball to Abel Nasser. Abel Nasser over to Keck. Keck back to Abel Nasser. Abel Nasser looking to set up the offense here. Gets it over to Keck.
He's got a size advantage. Let's see if they try to take advantage of that.
Keck down to Dang. Dang looking to go aggressive on Matthews here. Tried to pick up his third. Matthews with good defensive position, able to get there, gets the rebound and kicks it over to Hedrick. Hedrick over to Matthews. Matthews running the floor very well and gets the layup to go.
A rim run in there for Matthews.
48-41 right now for the Tritons as Keck, they're going to say Keck got fouled on the shot there.
We'll see who they get for it. Let me 22 Dean on the foul.
That will be Dean's third, I believe. Dean will pick up an early 3 fouls here. Keck at the line right now for the Tritons, comes in at a 65% free throw shooter on the season, just above 50% there, as his first 3 free throws up and good.
And it's a little surprising he doesn't shoot a higher percentage from the free throw line the way he can shoot the ball from the perimeter. And Sampson back in, and Dean will have a seat. In the first half, I thought they were a little better with Sampson on the floor as opposed to when he was out, so we'll see if that continues.
Keck's second free throw is up and good, bringing his point total to 10 here on the night as Evans brings the ball up for NIACC. Evans looking to set up the offense there, talking to his teammates a little bit down there. Gets it down to Matthews. Matthews going in on Dang. Matthews gets it to Hedrick. Hedrick's layup will fall in. The opportunity coming up for him. 50-43 now for the Tritons.
What they're doing is using kind of the baseline screen there and trying to find a mismatch. And they found one with Dietrich having about a 3-4 inch difference in height and about 20 pounds heavier than Arthur Weston.
Dang with the aggressive rebound, gets it over to Weston. Now Weston just pick up his third foul on the previous possession as he gets it to Abel Nasser. Abel Nasser looking to make something ham, dancing around down there, trying to get down low. And they are going to get Robinson with the reach-in foul called. Is Robinson's only first foul on the afternoon. Again, just under 17 minutes here left to go. 16:59 on the clock. Abel Nasser gets it in. Abel Nasser all alone gets the floater. Oh, the floater doesn't quite. Rolls off the rim. Gibb able to track down the aggressive rebound. Gets it down low to Dang. Dang on Sampson here. Gets it out to Weston. Weston drives in. Weston with the pull-up. Off the back iron. Rebound by Sampson. Sampson gets it up to Hedrick. Hedrick looking to go quick here with the team high 16 for the Trojans. He gets it over to Robinson. Robinson layup will fall.
Using that athletic ability to attack the rim is NIACC here. They've cut it to a 5-point lead.
Gibb with a nice shot there. Just got it blocked by Sampson. As Matthews saves it and gets it to Sampson. Sampson gets it to Evans.
Got to get back on D here.
Evans gets it to Robinson. Robinson not able to go, but Sampson Hedrick following up the rebound, and he gets it to go. 50-47 now for the Tritons. Tritons struggling a little bit on offense here right now.
Yep. Yeah, it's been a run here out of the gate for NIACC. 16-6 run to open the half, and Coach Helly's seen enough. He's going to take a timeout here.
Yep. Helly calls a full timeout here. 15:59 left on the clock here. Trojans of NIACC are down 50-47 right now to your very own Tritons.
You know, they've come out, we talked about for Iowa Central being able to put together 2 halves of basketball and, avoid the second half letdown. And, so far NIACC has come out fired up in the second half. They're on a 16-6 run here. Now, for the Tritons, this young team at some point in the season has to start to turn the corner and come of age a little bit and respond in this situation.
And, I think the Tritons, before Christmas break hit, they weren't playing their best basketball, but Christmas break came and they've been playing a lot better since then. Again, they are still a really young team.
You know, when you've got a young team like that, it's going to take you some time. And then you add Zach Folks, who's a valuable piece, but you've got to get used to playing with another guy in a rotation and that kind of thing. So there is some growing pains when you got this many freshmen, just two sophomores on the roster, Kambamba and Henry. So when you have that, you're going to have some growing pains.
Weston to inbound the ball here. Gets it into Keck. Keck trying to get it down low to Dang. Backs out of it. Keck trying to dribble in. Keck goes in with the tough layup, and it will fall.
Javante Keck, he's in double figures here today, having a good ball game, 12.
You know, Keck does come in averaging, I think, just above 10. Oh, excuse me, 7.9, just under 8 a game right now for the Tritons.
There's going to be a foul against the Tritons underneath.
Yeah, they're going to be foul on the floor here. The foul will go on.
Like
That foul will go on Gibb. That is Gibb's second foul. Evans inbounding the ball. Gets it up to Matthews. Matthews with a nice tip in. Abelnasser bringing the ball up now for the Tritons. Kicks it over to Weston. Weston looking to drive in. Put on some moves. Gets in. Kicks it out to Dang. Dang looking to pull up the three. Backs out of it, but he will be called for a travel.
Yep. They jabbed both feet there. Jabbed one, jabbed the other. Pretty easy call from the official there.
Evans with the ball for the Trojans, bringing it up. Talking to his teammates, looking to set up the offense here as they are down 52-47 right now to the Tritons. Nice wait for Weston to get in the passing lane there. Abelnasser gets the ball here. Bringing up the court. Gibb drives in. Kicks it out to Dang. Dang to Abelnasser. Abelnasser cross court to Keck. Keck down into Dang. Dang looking to post up. Gets it out to Gibb. Gibb will drive in. Gibb goes up.
Oh, I can't believe that. Wow. Sampson was kind of sideways there. Number one, and a technical foul on the Triton bench there because they were upset with the call too. So,
Helly's got a good argument there. Sampson came in sideways and Gibb came up straight, not trying to make a lot of contact.
I kind of feel like you just let that one play on as incidental contact, but huge swing in momentum because that takes away the bucket, and also these technical foul shots here, and NIACC going to have the ball back, so we'll see if that changes the game, the complexion of this ball game today.
Yep, shooting the free throws right now for NIACC is James Harris. Harris's first free throw is no good. Harris's second free throw is up, and it will fall. Now NIACC does get the ball back on the technical shots there.
Coach Shad Helly's still over there working the official, trying to get an explanation of that one. I'd like to hear that explanation, actually, because I don't really know where they could have went with that. I really thought Sampson was kind of was in there sideways, which you don't have to be perfectly square to draw the charge, but I didn't think he was in what I'd call legal guarding position for the charge, and that's what you have to establish by the rule book here.
Sampson with the ball here for the Trojans. Trying to kick it to Robinson. Gibb playing good defense on him. Gets it to Matthews. Matthews drives in on Dank, but they are going to get him called for the foul. Matthews trying to go a little quick there, and he will travel with the ball.
And note all you young players out there, if you're going to jab, you've got to jab, establish a pivot foot, and then put it down before you move the other foot, or it's a travel.
Weston drives in, gets it back out to Dang. Dang with the three. Off back iron, rebounded by Sampson. Sampson gets it to Hedrick. Hedrick gets it over to Harris. Harris back to Sampson. Sampson drives in, pulls up on Keck. Sampson's little jumper will fall. 52-50 now for your Tritons. 14 minutes left here in the ball game. Abelnasser bringing it up court. Guarded pretty close here by Robinson. Abelnasser almost double teamed here. Robinson, and I think they're gonna get Robinson here for the reach in. Oh, they're gonna get him for a block.
16-8 is the run here for NIACC to open the second half. They've closed the gap to 2.
And NIACC has made this a game. They were down 10 at half, only down 2 now. Abelnasser gets it into Weston. Weston over to Gibb. Gibb almost gets it stolen away. Gibb over to Abelnasser. Abelnester with a nice little pull up here, and it will not fall off the back iron. Gets it to Robinson. Robinson all the way down to Matthews, and Matthews with the one-handed jam ties this game up at 52. Keck gets it into Abelnester. Abelnester looking to slow stuff down here, set up the offense as the Tritons are not shooting the ball very well here right now. Abelnester looking to drive in. Gets it stolen away. Sampson bringing the ball up, gets it to Robinson, and Robinson will throw it down as NIACC will take a lead here, 54-52.
Traveling air show here for NIACC on the last back-to-back plays, and they've got a lot of momentum here.
Weston uses the screen by Dane, gets it to Keck. Keck looking to make something happen. Using a spin move. They're going to get a reach-in foul here on Matthews. That will be Matthews' third foul here. That's pretty big here for the Trojans. He is their main big man down low. As Dean will check in for him.
Yeah, they're going to go Dean for him. Both guys with 3, so you kind of just weigh one to the other. And I think Matthews been very key for them on the defensive end here in the second half.
Weston gets it to Gibb. Gibb drives in on Harris, kicks it out to Keck. Keck drives in, and he will get the N1 opportunity as that falls, tying us back up at 54.
Good job, Javante, there, attacking the rim. You know, I talked about what I'd like to see out of him, for him to put it on the deck and be more aggressive, create his own offense. Well, we're starting to see that here today. He's doing that probably better than he has all season.
Keck's free throw is up, and it will fall here. 3-point play is good for the Tritons as they regain the lead, 55-54. Keck up to 15 on the night for the Tritons. Folks just now checks into the game too, as he has a team-high 15 along with Keck. Harris is with a nice little pull-up, and it will roll around the rim and go in.
Really good ball fake by James Harris.
Gibb gets it to Weston. Weston looking to bring the ball up here. Weston gets it over to Folks. It's going to be interesting to see how Folks still has that fire lit under him. He sat for quite a bit of this.
Yeah.
Bit of this first second half, so Dang with a nice layup underneath. Now the Titans regain the lead, 57-56.
Good job of using the screen by Weston.
Nice blow by there by Hedrick. Hedrick not able to go. Sampson's putback is not good. And they're going to get a jump ball, and Dean. Possession arrow will favor the Trojans, excuse me.
Sampson almost jammed that thing on the putback, and the NIACC crowd that made the trip would have went crazy there because they were liking the effort, but he wasn't able to slam it down there.
Hedrick inbounding the ball for the Trojans. Gets it out to Dean. Dean back to Hedrick. You're going to get Weston with another foul. It'll be his fourth of the night. Abelnester will check in for him.
We've seen a lot more minutes out of Arthur Weston tonight than usual. He's had a pretty good floor game here.
The Tritons don't really, in my eyes, don't really have a main scoring guy out of their point guard position. I think Abelnester and Weston are more pass-first guys when they come in. Sampson with a nice turnaround. Jumper is no good. Folks with the rebound gets it to Abelnester. Abelnester bringing the ball up here for the Tritons. Uses the screen by Dang. Doesn't quite drive in. Looking to dance on him. Abelnester kicks it down low to Dang. Dang on Sampson. Dang looking to post up Sampson. Gets it out to Gibb. Gibb to Heck. Heck gets it down low. Keck's layup is no good. Dean with the rebound gets it over to Harris.
Good hands. Oh, good hustle by Javante Keck. Look at that diving on the floor.
Keck with night hustle there, laying out using all of his frame and body there to get that ball saved. It just kind of, when he saved it, looks like he set it down on the ground. It just kind of stayed there and didn't roll anywhere. Is he able to get it to Folks as Abelnester gets the ball right now. They're going to get a reach in here on Harris for NIACC.
And how big is that? Because the Tritons come up with possession there, and when you're talking about a one-point game, one-possession game in the last 11 minutes, every possession matters. Javante Keck all out right there. That's something that is something you can't really put in the box score, but that's going to make a difference here. Now Abdul Nasser's going to go to the line, and the Tritons going to be in the bonus the rest of the way here.
Have both teams in the bonus the rest of the way here. Well, not quite yet. I think Tritons got one more foul to give here as Abelnasser's first free throw is up, and it is no good. Rebound to Dean. Dean gets it to Robertson. Robertson setting up the offense, looking for somewhere to go. Gets it to Matthews. Matthews playing a lot more minutes here in the second half here. Matthews kicks it down to Hedrick, and they're going to get a foul on down low on Abelnasser here. It'll be Abelnasser's first foul. Not a big, not nothing to worry about there, as it only is his first foul.
I'm not so sure, though. I thought he got ball, and I think my beef would be, and Chad Haley's beef is that the official down on the baseline, who was right there on top of the play, let that go without a whistle, was going to let it play through, and the official out here on the wing right below us made that call, and that's not really his call underneath the bucket like that.
Hedrick's free throw is up, and it will fall. Trojans regain the lead 58-57 here. Abelnasser bringing the ball up for the Tritons. Doesn't use the Keck screen. Gets it over to Henry. Henry driving in. Henry loses it and will be out of bounds to the Tritons.
NIACC has pretty good hands on that perimeter. Those guys on the perimeter, Robinson, Roberson, Harris, Diedrich, those guys have good hands. You put the ball on the floor in traffic, you got to watch that. And there's a push off against Javante Keck.
Be only Keck's second foul here. Dean to inbound the ball for the Trojans. Dean gets it to Hedrick. Hedrick back to Dean. Dean to Robertson. Robertson down low to Dean, and Dean will be fouled.
That was a good pass from Robertson there. Threaded the needle inside.
Look at Abelnasser for his second foul there on the shooting foul, and Dean will go to the free throw line on the season. Chandler Dean comes in at a 69% free throw shooter. The first one is up off the front of the rim and no good.
I tell you what, the game's been a pretty smooth, congruent kind of pace until the last 47 seconds. Seems like it's taken an eternity here in the ball game. Dean gets one of the two free throws.
Now 59-57 here for the Trojans. Just under 10 minutes and 30 seconds left here in the game. Abelnasser bringing the ball, uses the Keck screen, looks to drive in, gets it over to Gibb. Gibb driving in. Gibb going aggressive, and they will get the and one call.
No, they're going to call a charge against Gibb. That one I agree with. That was pretty obvious. Guy was set, took the charge. Gibb crashed into him. Pretty easy call. I'm okay with that one. I'm still not okay with the other one, but I'll take this one. I'm okay with this one.
Hedrick brings the ball up, kicks it to Dean. Dean to Robertson. Robertson back to Hedrick. Hedrick looking to get it down to Matthews. Gets it to him. Matthews back to Hedrick. Hedrick's layup is just short. Rebound Dean. Dean's putback will be good. 61-57 now for the Trojans.
Triton's going to have to keep them out of the lane defensively. They're attacking the rim here. Chad Haley's going to get a timeout because critical possession here for the Tritons, down 4 with under 10 minutes to go here, and he's going to kind of set the organization here and get something set coming out of this on the offensive end, try to get the shot they want coming out here, because this is going to be a big possession, as I mentioned.
Yeah, I think that they need to get Folks a shot. They need to get him at least run an offensive set to get him an open shot, get him going as he started this first half red hot. Jumped out to a team high 15 points there in the first half.
Yeah, and hasn't really touched it much in the second half, so that's important. While we've got a minute here, let me let you know that today's game brought to you by Creative Signs and Graphics, the sponsor of our game today. We appreciate them. 9:50 left here, Casey, at 61-57. Safe to say, crunch time here and a big possession coming out of the timeout.
Yeah, the Tritons were up 10 at halftime, so they're not shooting the ball the best. To me, it's looked like their ball movement and their team play has been down a little bit. They haven't shared the ball as well as they did in the first half, I think, at least.
Yeah, and part of that, I think, is NIACC has kind of dug in on the defensive end a little bit too. And Matthews coming back through the foul trouble, he changes kind of the complexion of what they do defensively. So versatile on the defensive end.
He gives NIACC a really aggressive big man down low on the defensive ends. There's Folks' shot. Oh, off the front of the rim, and it will go out of bounds.
And that's the first time that he's attempted a shot here in the second half. So probably a little rusty, a little bit out of rhythm, so to speak, here, coming off of the sitting on the bench after a big first half.
Hedrick gets it down to Robertson, but Robertson's going to lose it out of bounds off his knee, and it will be Iowa Central ball.
And, you know, certainly Chad Haley has seen more basketball than me over the course of his years, but I was a little surprised that folks didn't start the second half because of how hot he was at the first.
Yeah, this is Haley's first season here, but he was a longtime assistant here at the program, so Dean with a nice rebound gets it over to Hedrick. Hedrick bringing the ball up, gets it over to Matthews. Matthews with an aggressive game down low, and he will get called for the foul.
And that one goes against Javante, and that's kind of a tough luck foul because, you know, he didn't really have anywhere to go. Matthews caught it on the run, was attacking, so third personal for Javante here. And as we mentioned, you know, NIACC, a different team really with Matthews in the lineup because he's able to do so much. You see his athletic ability where he could run the floor. You know, he's 6'5", he knocks down that first free throw. And then on the defensive end, he can guard 2 or 3 different positions on the floor at this level, and that is so valuable.
Matthews' second free throw is off the front of the rim, no good. Keck with the rebound, gets it over to Folks.
And this is the largest NIACC lead of the day now, 5 points.
Folks looking to make something happen here, uses the Keck screen. Folks drives in. I think his layup was just blocked there as Hedrick comes down with the rebound. Hedrick loses it off of Gibbs' foot. I don't think Gibb realized he was there, but they're able to recover it as Robertson gets it down to Matthews. Matthews being aggressive down low. And Marquise Henry will come up with the rebound for the Tritons. Gets it to Abelnasser. Abelnasser bringing the ball up. Gets it back to Henry. Henry going aggressive down low. Gets the reverse layup to fall.
What a take by Marquise there. Good play in the open floor, and it started on the defensive end with a Marquise Henry hustle play.
Marquise Henry's up to 7 points on the night. He averages 10 a game. Robertson with the ball for the Trojans. Uses the Matthews screen. Robertson gets the floater to go, and it will drop.
And that one really a big shot, kind of a backbreaker a little bit, as they played pretty good D on him, and he's able to just muscle that one up and in.
Gamboba checking in for Gibb here.
So Tritons will go back with the big lineup. Keck at the 4, Kabamba at the 5, Swanson back in for NIACC. So they're going to try to counter that size with of Dean and Swanson here for NIACC.
You know, it's a little bit of an opposite here for NIACC here. You know, you saw a lot of Sampson in the first half, but you're seeing a lot of Matthews here in the second half. Abelnasser bringing the ball up for the Tritons, using the Kambaba screen. Abelnasser with a nice floater just off the front of the rim. Sampson with the rebound. Sampson gets it to Robinson. Robinson looking to use the speed, getting it going. Backs back out, looking to set up the offense. Gets it to Hedrick.
Tritons need a stop here.
I think they're going to get a foul called here on Marquise Henry. It will be Henry's 5th, and he will foul out of the game. As checking into the Tritons for the first time tonight is number 23. That is Nathan Martink.
Martinac, not a guy that we've seen really much at all this year, so we'll see how that figures in here.
Yeah, Martinac's only scored 33 points on the season. He is a freshman.
Hey, they've got such foul trouble, they're having to go deep on the bench, a little deeper than normal.
Hedrick's free throws up and good. Extends the Trojan lead 67-59 over your Tritons here.
8-point lead is the largest of the day for the Trojans. And danger time for Iowa Central. Charge.
And
that one was an easy call. Sampson was set outside of the circle there. Pretty easy call for the official.
Dean inbound the ball here. Gets it to Robertson. Robertson gets it to Hedrick. Hedrick bringing the ball up here just past half court. 7 minutes and 30 seconds left here in the ball game. Your score is 67-59 for the NIACC Trojans. Robinson to Hedrick. Nice ball movement here right now for the Trojans as Hedrick drives in, dips down to Sampson. Sampson's layup is up and good.
And they have made it a point as NIACC to attack the rim in the second half and that's been a huge difference.
69-59. Heck with the three-pointer. No good. Hedrick with the rebound. Gets it over to Robinson. Robinson drives in. His layup is no good. Kimboba with the rebound.
And
Gets
the way
it to
they're
Abelnasser.
attacking, like I said, makes a huge difference. I mean, they've outscored the Tritons here 35-15 in the second half.
Abelnasser's jumper's off the back iron. Keck with the rebound. Gets it back to Abelnasser. Abelnasser will take the three. It rims in and out. Dean with the rebound.
Goes against Kimbamba underneath on a push. And Casey, it's almost like the Tritons have a lid on the basket down here. In the last few minutes, they've really gone cold, and NIACC's kind of taking control of the ball game.
Yeah, basket looks pretty small when you can't get much to go in, but when you're shooting everything, the basket looks pretty big out there to you. So
yeah, when you're hitting everything, it's like throwing a beach ball in the ocean almost. And the other time, it's almost like trying to throw that beach ball into some sort of peach basket or something. You've got a difficulty there. So we'll see if the Tritons can kind of bounce back from that. And they've got some time here, so plenty of time to go in the ball game. You can't get the mindset that this one's over. You can't get down on yourself. You got to continue to play hard and be aggressive here offensively. And let's try to get the ball going toward the rim here for the Tritons. They've went away from that, become a jump shooting team in the second half, and it's hurt them a little bit.
Sampson gets 1 of 2 free throws at the line there, extending the Trojan lead 70-59 here. Your Tritons are down 11 here. Arthur Weston back into the game here. Brings the ball up, kicks it to Keck. Keck drives in, doesn't quite get the layup to go, but he will go to the free throw line.
That's what I'm talking about. Be aggressive there, use the gaps of the defense, and then attack to the rim. And Javante able to do that there and get himself to the line.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Keck hasn't missed. I don't think he's missed a free throw tonight yet.
Oh, you could jinx him too. Even
I know
if you
I could.
Wrong.
First one's up, and it is good.
Okay, he shoots his way through the announcer jinx. Chandler Dean picks up his 4th foul. He'll come out. Matthew's going to come back in. Now he has 3, so they're going one guy for the other here. As Keck knocks them both down.
It's now a 9-point game here. Trojans up 70-61. Hey, Hedrick with the ball right now. Drives in. Kimboba with a nice steal, using his nice 6'9" frame and his nice lengthy athletic ability. Gets it to Weston. Weston driving around Hedrick. Weston gets it over to Keck. Keck down to Kimboba. Kimboba with a nice reverse layup and does not fall. Sampson with the rebound. Robinson gets it to Sampson. Sampson, the nice step back 3, airballs it. Kimbamba with the rebound.
If he hits that, he might as well turn pro in June. If you're a 6'8" guy and you can hit that shot, you can make a lot of money.
Arthur Weston with the ball dancing on him a little bit. Kicks it to Keck. Keck looking to make something happen here. Drives around the baseline. Gets it down to Kimbamba. Kimbamba gets it to fall. Kimbamba with his first points of the night.
And they're going to take a timeout, set the defense here, Coach Helly will. And that was a good job of Jeremy Kimbamba right there to seal off, get the guy on his hip, defender on his hip, give a target hand when you do that. He's able to do that and then spin right off of it to the rim, lay it up and in.
Kimbamba, I'm surprised they don't go down low to him more often with him being 6'9", tallest kid on the floor right now, and he's got the length.
Well, it almost has to be the right situation, though, because he's not a guy right now in his development offensively. He's not a guy who's just going to catch it and make a move on the guy behind him. So if the defender's in good guarding position down there low, they can play behind him and get away with it because he's not a guy who's super developed on the offensive end. But most of his buckets come on when he's sealed off down there or a putback or a dump off where somebody drives and draws the defense and then dumps it down to him. So I kind of see why they don't go to him much more, because he's still a work in progress offensively, but he gives you so much on the backboard and on the defensive end that you go with it.
Again, your Tritons are down 70-63 here. 5 minutes and 29 seconds left in the game as Roberson brings the ball up for the Trojans. Roberson looking to set up the offense here. Gets it to Dean. Dean looking to get it to Matthews. Gets it down to Matthews. Matthews on Kambamba here. Matthews with a nice spin around. Gets it the layup to fall in.
And that's how you negate that size disadvantage. Use your body. Strong upper body for Wendell Matthews.
Matthews gets his point total up to 9 here as Folks looking to make a move here. Gets it out to Weston. Weston drives in looking to direct traffic. Gets it out to number 23. That is Martink. Hedrick with the rebound. Gets it. Bringing it up court here. Nice down low pass to Robinson. Robinson to Matthews. Matthews almost loses it. Brings it back out for the Trojans. Matthews to Robertson.
Now, it looks like outside the lane, Matthews not even going to really look to score.
Hedrick gets it to Robinson. Robinson's three off the side of the rim. Hedrick with a nice rebound, able to chase that down. Drives in. And they're going to get a charge call. Nice take there by Arthur Weston Jr. Able to get the charge.
Yeah, and they've been pretty consistent with the offensive foul call, other than the one against Andrew Gibb that I didn't like. But other than that, they've been consistent with it here today as Harris comes back in the ball game. And big possession here for the Tritons, down 9. You know, they trail by as many as 10. Now they need a bucket here as we approach the 4-minute mark.
Weston looking to be the main ball handler right now. Gets it to Kambamba. Over to Martink. Over to Keck. Keck with the 3. And it will fall.
Big shot for Javante Keck.
Keck up to 20 points. Leads the way for the Tritons right now. A nice overall game tonight for Keck. Harris with the ball. We will get a timeout by NIACC here. Your score is 72-66. 3 minutes and 56 seconds left here in the game. Tritons got to get their offensive game going here a little bit to come back in this one.
You got to have scores and you got to have stops, though, because you are down 6. So you've got to dig in defensively and start to get some consistent stops, which they've had a hard time stringing together here in the second half of play. Now, Javante Keck knocked down that 3. That's his first 3 of the day. They've kind of run him off the three-point line and made him put it on the floor, and he's showing that, you know, he's kind of more comfortable doing that, and that part of his game is kind of a work in progress and really growing, and that's good signs for his future development. And he's a guy I really think can play to Division I level when he's done here at Iowa Central. You know, a 6'7" guy, pretty fluid, can guard multiple positions. I think he can play Division I, you know, small Division I, low major to mid major level, because he can step out and shoot the basketball too at 6'7". So I like that. Now, a big storyline this second half, Zach Folks has not scored for the Tritons here in the second half, and let's see if he could come through in a big way here.
Yeah, you know, Keck's almost got the hot hand here. So, you know, do you run your I'd run your offense through him? You know, he is, for the stretch 4 that he does lead the team. He has 20 points right now, but he is also second on the team overall with over 33s made on the season. So Keck like to see him be the main offensive threat here for the Tritons as we do come to the end of the game. As Robinson takes a 3 and it will not go. Kambamba with the rebound, gets it over to Weston.
If you're the Tritons, you want them to shoot jumpers. They've attacked the rim effectively in the second half. You want to keep them out of the lane.
Arthur Weston with a nice crossover, gets it to Folks. Folks back to Weston. Weston will take the 3, and it will be off the back iron. Harris with the rebound, bringing the ball up for the Trojans right now.
I thought that was a little bit of a rush shot by Arthur there.
Dean with the ball right now. Gets it back to Harris. Coach Helly wants a double dribble there called. Harris with a nice pull up, and it will not go. Martink with the rebound. They're going to get Harris called with the reach in there. Will be Harris's 5th foul, and he will foul out of the game. That brings back in Hedrick for the Trojans.
And Nate Martinak going to go to the line here, shoot free throws. I mean, big spot for a guy who's seen very little action here this year. He's going to shoot 2 with 3:07 left, and the Tritons trail him by 6.
Martinek is an 80% free throw shooter, 4 of 5 on the season. Not a lot of attempts, but he's only got the 1 miss, so. His first free throw is up, and it is good. Martinek with his first points of the night here.
And at a critical juncture here for the Tritons.
Second free throw's up, and it is no good. Rolls around the rim. Dean with the rebound. Gets it over to Hedrick. Hedrick looking to set up the offense here. 72-67 for the NIACC Trojans right now over your Iowa Central Tritons. Dean with the ball gets it over to Carroll. Carroll back to Robinson.
2-3 zone for the Tritons here on this possession.
Trying to get the ball from not being down low here,
Yep, force it outside.
Matthews with a nice shot there. He's able to get his own miss. Doesn't get it to fall, but Dean getting Matthews' rebound, and it will go back up and in. Folks with the ball now bringing it up. Gets it over to Arthur Weston. Weston looking to drive in. Uses a couple moves. Gets it over to Keck.
And they're going to get Kambamba. That's going to be number 5 on him.
Kambamba will foul out. That means 2 Tritons on the night have fouled out. Harris and Henry and Kambamba, both sophomores fouled out tonight. Like to see if the freshmen can step up, playing a big role right now as the Tritons need them to hold this one on here.
And both teams going to kind of go with a smaller lineup, 4 guards around the 1 front court guy.
Dean to Carroll. Carroll looking to get out to Hedrick. Hedrick to Matthews. Matthews to Dean. Dean's going to take a step back 3, and then will fall in.
Chandler Dean doesn't score all game long until the last 5 minutes of the ball game, and now he's got 8.
Trojans are up 10 here, but not no more. That Arthur Weston layup will fall, and it is 77-69 now. Matthews down low to Matthews' layup is no good. Dean with the putback, no good.
Look at Martinek in there scrapping for it.
Martinek, a shorter guy, getting in there, showing the coach that he can play. Not a kid that plays a lot of minutes off the bench, but a perfect opportunity here for him.
To earn some more time. Yep.
Henry fouls out. Martinek's got to come in and play some big minutes. Able for the coach to see that he's able to play and get those minutes that he deserves.
In a pretty key situation too, is NIACC going to take a timeout. They lead by 8, 77-69, and 1:47 left. So you got to start thinking strategy here if you're the Tritons. You've got some timeouts to work with. You got 2, each team does, and double bonus the rest of the way. So the Tritons need to come down here, and they don't have to rush it per se, but they need to get something early in the shot clock, try to get a bucket here, and then maybe you think about using a timeout to set your pressure up to try to get a steal here. Either way, you're getting to a point where defensively you're going to have to gamble, extend the pressure, try to create some turnovers, and if you can't get a turnover on the first or second trap, then you've got to give a foul because clock against you here if you're the Tritons.
Again, like we just said, 77-69 for the Trojans right now. Minute 47 left here. Rob, who do you expect to lead the Tritons offense going into this last minute 47?
Well, I think Keck is kind of the guy that you want to run things through. You want him to touch it and then try to look off your options from there. I like Zach Folks here too, but Zach has kind of been out of rhythm, kind of taken away in the second half. So I would say that you've got to look for Javante Keck here as your number 1 option. Folks probably secondary option. And then, of course, Andrew Gibb, another guy who can get you some buckets here if you get him something going toward the rim.
Yeah, Gibb's been in foul trouble, so a little bit of a quiet night for him tonight as he just loses the ball. Robinson with the steal, gets it up court. Robinson drives in. His layup is no good. Gets his own miss. Looks to set up the offense here as he backs it out. Martinek on the defense here.
And that's a mismatch in terms of quickness on the perimeter.
Robinson gets it over to Hedrick. Hedrick uses the Sampson screen. Hedrick drives in.
Better job of ball screen defense by the Tritons. That's on the back by Swanson.
Yeah, they're going to get over the back there on Sampson there.
I called him Swanson. Should have said Sampson, but, you got the point. Andrew Gibb now going to shoot 2 free throws. And that's big because, if you're Sampson, you're almost like, come on, just let him have the rebound, man. Let the clock run. Now you foul a guy, as I mentioned earlier, 75 feet from the basket, and give him an opportunity to score, cut in the lead with the clock stopped. Gibb makes good on that first one.
Yeah, Gibb's first 3 throws good. A lot of his points here in the game coming at the free throw line. He's bringing his total up to 7 points here on the night. Gibb, haven't really seen a lot out of him in the second half. He got 4 fouls here, but able to play right now. He's hits on the second free throw, makes his point total 8. 77-71 for the Trojans right now.
just a 2-possession game. You think about it, 6 points, 2-possession game. If you hit 2 threes, Triton's going to set their pressure defense here and try to get a steal. I think you've got a little bit of time to work with. If they get it in, you go one trap. If they break the one trap, they go ahead and give the foul, put them on the line here. And at least for the Tritons, Harris is their best free throw shooter for NIACC, and he's fouled out of the game. He's also a guy that does a lot of ball handling for them. They got some other guys that can handle it, but with their best free throw shooter out of the game, let's see if the Tritons can take advantage of that.
Again, your score is 77-71 for the Trojans of NIACC right now. Minute 6 seconds left. Tritons are going to probably, I would assume, to run a full court press here.
Oh yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
I don't think you can go anything else other than that. With 1:06 left, down 2 possessions here, and we'll see if they kind of go try to put a defensive group on the floor here. Or if they kind of stick with the same lineup. I think it's going to be the same lineup here. And Martinac's going to stay in there in this situation. So he's got a chance to go from virtual unknown to hero if the Tritons can maybe pull out some sort of comeback in this last minute here.
Yeah, Martinet playing big minutes off the bench as Marquise Henry has fouled out of the game.
The Hollywood ending would be Nate Martinac hits a 3 at the buzzer and the Tritons win. But we'll see if we get the Hollywood ending here.
Hedrick with the ball, looking just to dribble out some time here as 13 seconds are on the shot clock here. Hedrick kicks in, gets it out to Robinson. Robinson with the jump shot, no good. Folks with a nice breakaway layup here. Gets it over to Martinick. Martinick down to Keck.
Somebody score. Oh, they turn it over.
Yep, Keck loses it, gets it over to Robinson. Robinson with the reverse dunk, and he will get it to fall. 79-71 right now. Triton's got to go quick. Arthur Weston driving in quick, and he will get the foul called.
Robinson can flat out jump out of the gym right there. Talk about athleticism. Guy that's only about 6'1", 6'2", and just Harold Miner. You probably don't know who that is from the 90s. Harold Miner would throw down that reverse. Some of the folks listed that were basketball NBA fans back in the 90s.
Isaiah Thomas for the Pistons.
Harold Miner was a guy that people thought was the next Michael Jordan because of the way he could jump, and that was kind of his dunk, that take it down low, reverse, jam hard. And what a display of athleticism from Robinson here as Weston knocks down the first free throw.
Weston's second free throw is up, and it is good. Cutting into the Trojan lead now 6. Here's 79-73. Tritons need to foul here.
And, what a turn of events that was, because the Tritons stole the inbound pass, had a 3-on-1, and coughed it up. And then here comes NIACC back down, and Robinson throws down the jam. So 4-point swing in a game like this really hurts you, almost basically kind of kills your chance for comeback here, as NIACC makes the free throw there with Diedrich, and he's had a big game here, 23.
Team high 23 there for the Trojans as his second free throw is up, and it will fall again. 24 now on the day for Hedrick. Martinick with the ball right now. Triton's got to go quick here.
And so Triton's going to keep it there as it goes out of bounds. It's contact and no call. They're going to let him play through.
I think folks thought he was fouled there. 81-73 your score here. Trojans are up on the Tritons. 19 and a half seconds left here. Martinick with the 3. Just off the side of the rim. Carroll with the ball. And Folks will get the foul called. Folks picks up his third foul there on the reach-in.
Well, and that's going to just about make this one all but academic from here. And NIACC's going to come in here, a good basketball team ranked in the top 15. And,
12.
Really played well in the second half here. Just outplayed the Tritons, I think, in the second half. And they're going to go away with a victory. And, again, for the Tritons, kind of another learning experience where they come out hot. They get out to a lead at the half, a double-digit lead in the second half at points. And, NIACC comes back and beats them.
Folks drives in, gets his layup to fall. His first bucket of the second half brings his total to 17 points, and looks like Dean will just dribble the ball out here. And that will just about do it here for the game, as the buzzer will sound. 81-75 your final here. The Trojans fall Trojans win, excuse me, to the Tritons here. Iowa Central moves down to 9-16 on the season as the NIACC Trojans will go to 21-5. Iowa Central 3-8 in conference. NIACC 7-4. Rob, what were some good things you saw from the Tritons today?
Well, NIACC in that second half, as I mentioned, a big half, and 44 points in the second half. They outscored the Tritons 44-31 to really kind of change their momentum here. I like their aggressiveness and their offensive balance, especially in the second half. Liked what they did kind of defensively. I thought they were better in the second half too. They really made some adjustments coming out of the locker room, and the Tritons were not able to make plays here in the second half, and I think part of that too, I think the Tritons maybe relied on the jump shot a little bit too much at points in the second half, and I think that hurt them a little bit, and you had some guys that, from an offensive standpoint, kind of disappeared in the second half after having a good first half.
That will do it for me and Rob. I've been Casey, joined along here with Rob as your Iowa Central Tritons fall today at home to the NIACC Trojans 81-75. I want to thank everybody for joining, and I want to thank Creative Signs and Graphics for being the sponsor of the game today. That will do it for us here at Hodges Fieldhouse.
And a big thanks to our production crew here today, working hard. Sam Comp, Austin Johansson, fill in the gaps, Dan Johnson, Levi, all those guys working hard today, and Rusty McNeil kind of directing the troops.
Yeah, along with Kia down there. Alrighty, thanks everybody for tuning in. This has been me, Casey Miners, along here with Rob Jones. That'll do it for us here at Hodges Fieldhouse. Thanks everybody for coming out.